Do we have a motion to move the consent agenda, item G7?
Madam Mayor, I seek recusal in connection with item G6, Greensboro Housing Development Partnership, as my law firm, Brooks Pierce, represents the entity.
Do we have a motion
So
to,
moved.
moved by Mr. Holston,
Second.
seconded by Mrs. Thurm? We can do that by a roll call, correct, Mr. City Attorney? Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. We will have to take G6 during the business portion of our agenda. It does state that we cannot have items removed from the consent agenda because of a recusal, that they have to go on the business portion of the agenda. So we will come back to that. Do I have a motion to move the consent agenda minus G6 and G7?
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem? I'm a yes. Mrs. Abuzawader, Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Mrs. Hightower.
Yes.
That passes 9-0. This is the time and place for our public hearings. We do have 3 speakers signed up to participate in tonight's public hearings. Item H1 is a public hearing for a resolution ordering the making of certain local improvements, a 6-inch water line improvement on Lorraine Road from an existing 16-inch water line at Yanceyville Road to approximately 385 lineal feet west. Do we have any questions, or do I have a motion? Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem? I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. Item number H2 is a public hearing for a resolution closing Marion Road, David Street, Windsor Road, and Edgemore Road, RAK LLC, RAK Pisgah Church and LLC, I'm sorry, RAK Pisgah Church LLC, and Cynthia Peden Scott. Moved by Mr. Holston,
Second.
seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem? I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. We will take items 3, 4, and 5 together. Item H.3 is an ordinance for public hearing for annexation, Sap Road, Guilford College Road, in right-of-way 2022-555, Gail Shepherd, Carter Shepherd, John, Shannon, and Beth, Paul Hilton Living Trust, Paul Hilton, Gertrude Jones Estate, Matthew Tedder, and Chelsea Shepherd. Item number H4 is a public hearing for an original zoning, Guilford College Road and Sap Road, Brian Wise for Fall Line Investments LLC on behalf of Gail Carol Shepherd and others. And item H.5, a public hearing for original zoning, portion of Sap Road right-of-way, City of Greensboro. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn and members of City Council. Get the presentation started here. So the request this evening is annexation, original zoning and rezoning of property at Guilford College Road and Sap Road from County RS 40, County Mixed Use, City CDCM, Conditional District Commercial Medium, and City R3 Residential Single Family to City Planned Unit Development. North of the request is currently zoned RM12 residential multifamily and conditional district commercial medium. East of the request is currently zoned CDCH conditional district commercial high. South is CDCM and county mixed use. West request is city RM12 and city CD RM12. The subject properties are currently undeveloped at this time. They do, there is one single family dwelling on Sap Road and a couple of single family dwellings on Guilford College Road. North of the request is multifamily and self-storage. East of the request is a shopping center. South of the request is a shopping center and single family dwellings, and west of the request are multifamily dwellings. The comprehensive plan's future land use map designates these properties as residential, and they are designated as urban general on the future built form map of the comprehensive plan. There is a unified development that goes with this as a plan unit development that lays out the dimensional standards and basic development standards with this. That was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. These are the conditions that are associated with the request and were advertised as part of this request. Staff has concluded that the request does support the comprehensive plan's creating great places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the building community connections goal to maintain stable, attractive, and healthy places to live and raise families. The proposed PUD designation as condition allow uses that are complementary to those uses in the surrounding area. Staff is recommending approval of these requests. The Planning and Zoning Commission evaluated all of these requests at their May 16th meeting and voted unanimously to recommend approval of all items. There was one speaker in favor at that meeting and none against. I can answer any questions.
So we do have 3 speakers signed up, all in favor. One is, 2 are on Zoom, 1 is in person. I believe they're here to answer questions. Or we can entertain a motion.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Buzawader, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Excuse me. Hold on one second. Council, please vote.
I guess we close public hearing by.
Nobody spoke.
Nothing called them up.
And to be clear, the motion is to approve the annexation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mrs. Buzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes,
And that passes 9-0. Now we need a motion on H4, which requires a statement of consistency.
So
Move the item.
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell who moved it.
You.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mr. Holston.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning for the property described as a portion of Sap Road right-of-way from the existing city limit line extending in a westerly direction for approximately 710 feet from County RS 40 and County MXU to City CM to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed CM zoning district permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem? I'm a yes. Mrs. Buzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
yes,
And that passes 9-0. We now move on to H5, which requires a statement of consistency. Anyone? All right, so I need a second.
Second.
All right, moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mr. Holston.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its actions to approve the original zoning request for the properties described as 908, 912, a portion of 916, 916 ZZ, 942, and 942 ZZ. Edgemont Road from County RS 40 and County LI to City PUD to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken be reasonable in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future belt form map and future land use map. The proposed PUD zoning district as condition permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approvals in the public interest.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm a yes. Mrs. Boozawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. We will now move on to items H6. Let me see.
Before you all move on, this is Mark Isaacson. Just want to say thank you very much and appreciate the staff's good work on this one.
Thank you. Now we move on to H6 and H7. H6 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 908, 912, 916, 916 ZZ, 942, 942 ZZ, Edgemont Road, 111.45 acres, Edgemont Road LLC. And item number H7, which is a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 908, 912, 916, 916 ZZ, 942, 942 ZZ, Edgemont Road, Amanda Hodern for Diamondback Investments Group LLC on behalf of Edgemont Road LLC.
Move
We-
item H6.
Let's get a brief overview by Mr. Kirkman.
Okay.
And we did have one speaker in opposition. Have they signed into Zoom?
No, ma'am, he has not.
Okay, let me know if they do. And then we have 3 in favor if needed. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is to annex and establish original zoning for this property on Edgemont Road, located between Edgemont Road and Wiley Lewis Road, from County RS 40 residential single family and light industrial county to city PUD plan unit development. North and west of the request are currently zoned County RS 40 residential single family. East of the request is zone County AG agricultural, County CZHB conditional zoning highway business, and County RS 40. South of the request is zone County RS 40 and County CZNB conditional zoning neighborhood business. The subject property currently contains single-family dwelling and undeveloped land. North of the request are single-family dwellings and a religious assembly use. East of the request are single-family dwellings, undeveloped land, and the US Highway 421 right-of-way. South and west of the request contains single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. The property is currently designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map. Again, this is a plan unit development zoning, so there was a unified development plan that went with this that was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. These are the conditions that are associated with the requests and were advertised as part of the hearing. Staff has determined that the original zoning request does support the comprehensive plan's creating great places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the building community connections goal to maintain stable, attractive, and healthy places to live and raise families. The proposed PUD designation as condition allows a mix of residential uses that are complementary to the surrounding area and expanding housing choices in close proximity to a major thoroughfare. Staff is recommending approval of this request. This request was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their May 16th hearing. They recommended unanimously in favor of both the annexation and original zoning. There was one speaker in favor and none in opposition. I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? We do have, we had one speaker signed up in opposition, but they have not signed on. I believe we have speakers here. If there are any questions for the applicant, otherwise we can take a motion.
So
Move
can we hear
H6.
from Amanda? Is she here? And I'll second your motion. Yvonne.
Excuse me?
I said I second Yvonne's motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Yvonne, seconded by Mrs. Hightower.
Good evening. Thank you, Ms. Hightower. Amanda Hodiern here on behalf of the applicant. I have a presentation if you'd like me to go through that, or I can hit the highlights, whichever you would prefer. If we could pull that up, it might help just to kind of quickly walk through the request. Thank you, sir. While he's doing that, I believe I need to give you my address for the record. 804 Green Valley Road, Suite 200 here in Greensboro. Thank you. As you've heard from staff, this is a planned unit development request, all residential townhomes and single family, a maximum of 525 units. You can see the location here, located right along Highway 421 corridor, which is an exciting opportunity for my client to be able to provide a critical mass of housing in this location, for people to be able to get places north and south in the county, and then east and west from there. So we're excited to find this opportunity to be able to locate a nice subdivision and be able to, we hope, meet a lot of needs for home buyers in the area. This is the zoning map, as you have seen from staff. We do have a small portion of LI in the front along 421, and the rest is RS 40 in the county, which all would be coming into this townhome and single family development. This is our concept plan that was approved and vetted through TRC, along with the Unified Development Plan that Mr. Kirkman showed you. The brown areas, dark brown areas are the townhome sections, and the lighter gold areas are the single family sections. You also see the nice swaths of open space that come through the site to give a nice breathability to the layout and provide some interest to the subdivision to create some breakups in community. This will be an HOA amenitized subdivision. So we will have a homeowners association that takes care of pool, clubhouse, walking trails, and that sort of thing, so that we do have a fully amenitized and community for people to be able to meet those types of needs. It's the UDP that you saw in staff's presentation. These are the zoning conditions that Mr. Kirkman walked through with you, showing that we are limiting the site to just single family and townhomes, and some height specifications, and then of course the unit cap at 525. This is just showing you our public outreach schematic. You can see the blue little bubble is the notification range, and then the yellow highlight that you see on the outer edge there is actually who we ended up sending notices to, just to make sure that we included full subdivisions and didn't divide neighbors and that sort of thing. You see the letter there on your right-hand side, and that's what we sent out. We held a neighborhood meeting at the Vandalia Community Center. It was well attended. We had about 25 or 30 people. The main things we talked about were the fact that this does not mean annexation for anyone else. That's not something that we can do, nor the city can do, without somebody coming forward and asking for that for their own property. And we talked a lot about the road network and the fact that this project will require us to build what's going to be called Vandalia Road Extension, which will of course be a direct connection signalized into 421, so that all of the impacts of our traffic are captured, collected, and moved out to the major travel corridors very efficiently and expeditiously. Eventually, hopefully, through incremental progress, Vandalia Road Extension will connect to the existing Vandalia Road, and the city will achieve its full east-west connector there that's planned for Vandalia Road. We don't control those intervening properties between Pleasant Garden and our property, but this will get us the majority of the way there, so that when that does come in, that'll be ready to go. I believe that's all I have here for you, so I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda, for that. Do you have an idea when this passes, let's say, but when it passes, when you will start?
Soon. This one is, my client has already purchased the property, so it's closed and ready to go pending these entitlements. We do have a builder lined up that is prepared to build this community. So everyone's excited and waiting and ready to go. We, of course, do have the rest of the approval process ahead of us with site plans and construction drawings and plating through the city's technical review process. But we do expect to start that right away. Once we do start, this will go in phases, probably 4 or 5 different phases. It'll probably be a 4 to 5 year build out, looking at current circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there aren't any more questions for Ms. Hodiern, I don't believe we have anybody in opposition. If there is a motion to close the public hearing,
So moved.
moved
Close,
by,
move to close the public hearing.
moved by Mrs. Hightower,
Thanks,
seconded by Mr. Boothware. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 9-0. We do have a motion on item H6 by Mrs. Johnson and seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Council, please vote. That is for the annexation. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Boothwait?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Sturm?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. We
Move
need,
item H6, H7, I'm sorry.
moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Dr. Wells. That requires a statement of consistency.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property described as 908, 912, a portion of 916, 916 ZZ, 942, and 942 ZZ, Edgemont Road from County RS 40 Residential, Single Family, and County LI Light Industrial to City PUD Plan Unit Development to be consistent with the adopted 2040 comprehensive plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed PUD zoning district as conditioned permits uses which fit the content of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on that. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Boothwait?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Sturm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes,
That passes 9-0. We'll move on to.
so
item-
I wanted to say quickly, Madam Mayor, if I could,
Yes,
as this area is really growing as of late, we have done a lot of annexations out there for housing development. And I want people to know because we're in a critical need. So I appreciate Ms. Hodian. We work with the community, Southeast Coalition and the Edgemont, around the Edgemont Road community, who were very concerned about being annexed, as she said, but they had no concerns about the housing coming into the area. And I think it's critically important that we have all types of housing. And so I'm looking forward to what this is going to do, because more housing is going to bring in more commercial development, which is needed in that area too. So, thank you.
thank you. Next, we have 8, 9, and 10. Item H8 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at a portion of 1317, a portion of 1511 Pleasant Ridge Road and right-of-way, 27.4 acres, Mercy Hill Church and NCDOT, and item H9, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 1317 Pleasant Pleasant Ridge Road, Mercy Hill Church. And item number H10, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for a portion of 1511 Pleasant Ridge Road and portions of Pleasant Ridge Road, NC Highway 68 and Interstate 73 rights of way, City of Greensboro. We do have 3 people here in favor of this rezoning. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, this is triggered by a rezoning request on the property at 1317 Pleasant Ridge Road. But because there's intervening non-taxable property, additional right-of-way will come in as part of this request. So the request, a collection of all those properties is a total of 31.11 acres. The request is to go from County AG SP, that's agricultural with a special use permit, RS 40 SP, residential single family with a special use permit, County LI and City agricultural to City CDPI for the private property, and then City LI for the rights of way. North of these requests is currently zoned County RS 40. East requests are zoned City Business Park BP, City R3 residential single family, City LI light industrial, City RM 12 residential multifamily, City AG agricultural, and County AGSP agricultural with a special use permit. South of the request is zone City BP Business Park. West of the request is zone County RS 40 and City R3 residential single family. The subject properties currently contain a former golf academy as well as various rights of way. North of the request is undeveloped at this time. East of the request is also undeveloped, as well as portions of the NC Highway 68 and I-73 rights of way. South and west of this request are single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. This property is designated as mixed residential in support of the campus village area on the future land use map of the adopted Western Area Plan, and as urban general on the future built form map of the GS 2040 comprehensive plan. These are the conditions that are associated with this. I will note that condition number 2 was added at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. I would like to read that into the record for council to accept that. Condition 2 states that any required plantings in the buffer yard along the western property line that is common with lot 30, known as 2200 Brigham Road, lot 29, 2202 Brigham Road, lot 28, 2204 Brigham Road, and lot 27, 2206 Brigham Road of the Woodfield subdivision shall be of evergreen material for year-round screening as shown in Exhibit A dated May 13th, 2022. And so council to accept that
So
additional.
do we have
condition.
a motion to accept?
Move to accept.
Moved by Mrs. Boozwaiter, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Staff has concluded that this original zoning request does support the comprehensive plans, filling in our framework goal to arrange land uses for a more vibrant and livable Greensboro, and the creating great places goal to create unique neighborhoods offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices. The proposed CDPI and the LI zoning districts are intended to allow a place of religious assembly and associated uses, and the use limitations will limit impact on the surrounding areas along with that adjacent public right of way. These uses are compatible with both the nearby residential and non-residential uses. Staff is recommending approval of these requests. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered all of these requests at the May 16th meeting, recommended approval for all 3 items. There were 2 speakers in favor and one person speaking against the request at that meeting. I can answer any questions.
We have speakers signed up in favor unless we have a motion. Moved by Mr. Boozwaiter, seconded by Mr. Holston. That is for the annexation. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman, Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Dr. Wells, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mrs. Boozwaiter,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Mrs. Hightower. Yes. That passes 9-0. Item H9 requires a statement of consistency. Moved by Mrs. Boozwaiter,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Holston. Ms. Boozwaiter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Greensboro City Council believed that its action to approve the original zoning and rezoning request for the property described as 1317 Pleasant Ridge Road from County AGSP agricultural with a special use permit, RS 40 SP residential single family with a special use permit, and City AG Agricultural to CDPI Conditional District Public and Institutional as conditioned to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed CDPI zoning district as conditioned permits uses which fit the context of surrounding areas and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area, and it will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem? I'm a yes. Mr. Boozawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower? That passes 9-0. Item number H10 also requires a statement of consistency.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mr. Boozawader.
I'm sorry, can I take my vote back?
You want to vote against H9?
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was
that's-
looking at the other line,
Okay.
but there is a line, I'm gonna vote no. But
Mr. Holston?
Yes. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the properties described as a portion of 1511 Pleasant Ridge Road and portions of the right-of-way of NC 68, I-73, and Pleasant Ridge Road from County RS 40 Residential Single Family, County AGSP Agricultural with a special use permit, County LI Light Industrial, and County AG Agricultural to City LI Light Industrial to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City LI zoning district permits uses which fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and the approval is in the public interest.
Thank you. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem? I'm a yes. Mr. Boozawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. We'll move on to items number H11 and H12. Item H11 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 4100 Presbyterian Road, 0.96 acres, Michael Bryan. And item 12, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 4100 Presbyterian Road and a portion of Faust Road right-of-way, Michael L. Bryan. And I don't believe we have any speakers on this item. Mr. Kirkman, do you want to give us a brief overview?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This request is to go from County RS 40 residential single family and County PI public and institutional to City R3 residential single family. North of this request is currently zoned County PI public institution and County RS 40 residential single family. East of the request is zoned County PI and County RS 40, as well as County AG agricultural. South and west is zoned County RS 40. The subject property is currently undeveloped at this time. North of this request is a religious assembly use. East of the request is a religious assembly use, single-family dwellings and a Boy Scout lodge. South of the request are single-family dwellings in undeveloped land, as well as a fire station. And west of the request are single-family dwellings in undeveloped land. The property is currently designated residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as exurban on the future built form map of the comprehensive plan. Staff has concluded this request does support the comprehensive plans, filling in our framework goal to arrange land uses for a more vibrant and livable Greensboro, and the Creating Great Places goal to create unique neighborhoods, offer residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices. The proposed R3 zoning is intended to promote low-density, single-family detached residential development that is compatible with existing uses on the adjacent tracts. The Planning and Zoning Commission evaluated these requests at their May 16th meeting and recommended approval of both the annexation and original zoning. There was one speaker in favor and none against. I can answer any questions.
Okay. Do we have a motion on the annexation?
No, because I have questions.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a request that someone wants to connect to city services to build a single family dwelling.
Okay, just one house?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, do we have a motion on H11? Moved by was it Mrs.
Goldie. and
Goldie,
Hughes.
seconded by Mr. Holston. These shields make it very hard
I know.
to hear.
We know, that's why we have to.
Thank you, thank you. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Mhm.
I'm a yes. Mrs. Boozawader? Yes. Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Sturm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes,
And that passes 9-0. Item number H.2 requires a statement of consistency. Moved by Mrs. Boozawader, seconded by Mrs. Johnson?
Yeah.
Yes. Mrs. Boozawader?
Thank you. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the properties described at 4100 Presbyterian Road and a portion of the Fowles Road right-of-way from County RS 40 residential single family and County PI public and institutional to City R3 residential single family 3 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed city R3 zoning district permits uses which fit the context of surrounding areas and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mrs. Boozawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Sturm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
yes,
And that passes 9-0. We will take items 13 through 16 together. Item number 13 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 4,000 Presbyterian Road, 39.3 acres, Alamance Presbyterian Church Corporation of Greensboro. Item H14, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for a portion of 4,000 Presbyterian Road and a portion of Presbyterian Road right-of-way, Alamance Presbyterian Church of Greensboro and the City of Greensboro. Item H15, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for a portion of 4,000 Presbyterian Road and a portion of Mill Point Road right-of-way, Alamance Presbyterian Church of Greensboro. And item H16, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for a portion of 4,000 Presbyterian Road, Alamance Presbyterian Church of Greensboro Incorporated. We do have one speaker signed up in favor. I guess if we have questions, Mr. Kirkman, if you would give us a brief overview.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. I know this one's a little bit confusing, but the property addressed as 4,000 Presbyterian Road is actually located on both sides of Presbyterian Road, and that's why we have so many cases with this request. So the request is for annexation and original zoning of the properties on both sides of Presbyterian Road. Currently, County PI, Public Institutional, County RS 40, Residential Single Family, and County AG Agricultural, to City PI, Public Institutional for property on the west side of Presbyterian Road, City RM 12 for properties that are on the east side around Mill Point Road and Presbyterian Road, and City CDRM 12 Conditional District Residential Multifamily for the properties on the east side of Presbyterian Road that are south of Mill Point Road. The north of the requests are currently zoned County RS 40 and City CDHI Conditional District Heavy Industrial. East of the request is zoned County PI, County RS 40 and County AG Agricultural. South and west are zoned County RS 40 and County AG. The subject properties currently contain a religious assembly use along with associated parking and facilities, as well as single-family dwellings. North of the request are single-family residential dwellings and a warehouse and office space that are currently under construction. East of the request are single-family dwellings. South and west requests are single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. These properties are designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as exurban on the future built form map. Because the request on the east side of Presbyterian Road, south of Mill Point Road is a conditional zoning, these are the two conditions that are associated with that specific request. Staff has concluded these requests do support the comprehensive plans, filling in our framework goal to arrange land uses for more vibrant and livable Greensboro. The proposed CDPI, RM12 and CDRM12 zoning districts permit places of religious assembly and other institutional uses, along with associated residential uses that currently exist on these properties today. These uses are compatible with existing residential and religious assembly uses on these and adjacent tracts. So staff is recommending approval of all of these requests. The Greensboro Planning and Zoning Commission considered all of these requests at their May 16th meeting and recommended approval for all of these items. There was one speaker in favor and none in opposition. I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? Mrs. Hightower?
So what are they doing here?
Yes, so
Because-
basically they're accessing city water and I think it's water and sewer. And because of our policy, they need to be annexed into the city. Basically, we've had some infrastructure that has been expanded in this area with the development to the north. And so they're tapping into that infrastructure, but that triggers the need for the annexation and zoning.
So they're not changing anything?
All
or
of these are
adding
existing
anything,
uses.
just remaining the same?
Mhm. And that's why we have
I-
different zoning districts to reflect those different uses.
Yeah, because I heard you say RM12,
Mhm.
so.
That's on the east side, and that's to account for, there's 3 single-family dwellings. I can put those conditions back up on there. But there's also parking that's associated with the church that's existing, and you need to have at least an RM12 district to accommodate that. So
For
we'll
the
make sure-
church.
Mhm, yes,
Okay, cool, thank you.
you're welcome.
Mhm. Move the item. Or close the public hearing first.
Well, there hasn't been one, we do have been one speaker in favor on Zoom. I'm sure he's here to answer questions if you would prefer to make a motion on item H13, the annexation.
Speak into your mic and cut your mic on.
After all of that. We do have one speaker on Zoom who is here in favor, and of course, I'm sure he's available to answer questions. Otherwise, we would be happy to have a motion on H13, which is the annexation.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Mrs. Hightower, did you have a question? No? Okay.
No, I moved the item, but that's okay. No problem.
did.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem? I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes,
And that passes 9-0.
Move H14.
Oh, Sharon's going to get mad if we don't get her to move something. We'll get her to move 15.
I guess that
Miss,
whole end down
Moved
there
by
was to
Mrs.
get
Johnson.
us.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Abuzawader.
The
Mrs.
Greensboro
Johnson?
City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the properties described as a portion of 4,000 Presbyterian Road and a portion of Presbyterian Road right-of-way from County PI, Public and Institutional, County RS 40, Residential Single Family, and County AG, Agricultural, to City PI, Public and Institutional, to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, future bill format, and future land use map. The proposed city PI zoning district permits uses that fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impact on the adjacent properties. And three, the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the best public interest.
So we have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman, Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Dr. Wells.
Yes,
I'm a yes. Mrs. Boothwaider.
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Mrs. Hightower.
yes,
And that passes 9-0. Item H15 requires a statement of consistency.
move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Mrs. Hightower, would you read?
Figure out where it is. We got so many.
It's on the screen if it'd be helpful, be easy to get to.
Oh, is it? No, that's okay. I can. Make sure I'm, okay, I got it. Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the properties described as a portion of 4,000 Presbyterian Road and a portion of Presbyterian Road right away from County PI Public Institutional.
Councilman Hightower.
Am I
it's-
reading the wrong one?
Yeah, it's
next
Presbyterian Road and a portion of Mill Point Road. is the next
Oh,
one.
Mill Point.
Yep.
Oh, here it is. I think we're a hot item tonight. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the properties described as a portion of 4,000 Presbyterian Road and a portion of Mill Point Road right away from County RS 40 residential single family to City RM 12 residential multifamily 12 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reason. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, future built form map, and future land use map. The proposed city RM 12 zoning district permits usage which fit within the content of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
We do have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman, Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Dr. Wells. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader.
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Mrs. Hightower. And that passes 9-0. Item H16 requires a statement of consistency. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. Mr. Holston?
I'm sorry. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the properties described, a portion of 4,000 Presbyterian Road and a portion of Mill Point Road right of way from County RS 40.
Councilman Holston.
Is that the
it's-
wrong
It's the
one?
next one. Yep.
Is the next one?
Mhm.
I was just checking to make sure you were keeping.
I'm glad I passed the test. Thank you.
Let's try this one. The Greensboro City Council believes this action to approve the original zoning request for the property described as a portion of 4,000 Presbyterian Road from County PI, Public and Institutional, County RS 40, Residential Single Family, and County AG Agricultural to City CDRM 12, Conditional District, Residential Multifamily 12, as conditioned to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and the future land use map. The proposed city CDRM 12 zoning district as conditioned permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman, Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Dr. Wells, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm a yes. Mr. Buswaiter?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Sturm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower? Yes. And that passes 9-0. I received a note that it looks like I skipped over H5. That was read in with H3 and 4. H5 is a public hearing for an original zoning for a portion of Sap Road right-of-way for the city of Greensboro. It does require a statement of consistency. If I can get a motion. Moved by Mrs. Buswaiter, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. If you would read that, and I apologize.
It's for the Sap Road right of way. Yeah, the zoning to CEM, commercial medium. I'll try to pull it up here.
Just read it.
Go ahead.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning for the property described as a portion of Sap Road right-of-way from the existing city limit line extending in a westerly direction for approximately 710 feet from County RS 40 residential single family and County MXU mixed use to City CM commercial medium to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed CM zoning district permits uses which fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. Again, that was H6. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm a yes. Mr. Buswaiter? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes, that
And
was
Mrs. Hightower.
H5.
Yeah, just to be
Yes.
clear, it was H5.
Sorry, H5, yes. That passes 9-0. Is there a question on that item?
I think where the confusion came in is none of our zoning memos have item numbers on them tonight. And so there's more than one page for Presbyterian, there's more than one page for Sap Road. So I think that's where all the confusions come in tonight.
Okay, thank you.
I was gonna ask the same, if you could somehow match up the item number to those, so you're not constantly flipping through, trying to figure them out. So,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number H17 is a public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning for 1007 Willard Street, 3 Pillars Homes on behalf of Feedgate Investment Company, Inc. for the Quasi Living Trust. We do have people signed up both for and against this item. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is to get rezoned from R5 residential single family to RM12 residential multifamily. North, east, and south of request are zoned R5 residential single family with RM18 residential multifamily further to the south. To the west is a combination of R5 residential single family and RM8 residential multifamily. The subject property is currently undeveloped. The development to the north, east, south, and west is all single-family residential. This is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan as urban central in the future built form map. Staff concluded this rezoning request does support the comprehensive plan's filling our framework goal to range land uses for more vibrant livable Greensboro and the creating great places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices. The proposed RM12 district allows a variety of medium intensity residential uses consistent with other multifamily zoning in the larger area that can also be compatible with adjacent lower intensity residential uses directly adjacent to the subject property. Staff notes care should be taken with respect to building orientation, materials, height, and visual buffers to ensure appropriate transitions to these lower density residential uses on these adjacent properties. Staff is recommending approval of the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard this request at their May 16th meeting and voted to deny the application by a vote of 6-2. The applicant subsequently appealed the decision of the zoning commission, and that's why it's before city council this evening. At that zoning commission hearing, there was 1 speaker in favor and 2 speakers in opposition. I can answer any questions.
Thank you. We will start with those in favor. I have Violet Tatum, Dwight Tatum, Henry, and I'm not going to pronounce your last name correctly if you would do it at the podium, and Gabriel. In any order which you choose, if you would give us your names, please.
Hi. good
And you have a
evening.
total of 15 minutes for the combined speakers.
Thank you. My name is Violet Tatum, and I am in favor of this development. The main points that I wanted to point out as far as this goes in favor of is building 21 townhomes in this community will aid in the increase in tax revenue for the community and the city overall. With the increase in tax revenue, that will aid in the repair and also payment of roads, public transportation, schools. Any schools will also benefit from any revenue, arts, parks and recreation. If we can have a little bit more funding for parks as being able to get that increase in tax revenue, Parks and Recreation can fund more programs for teenage youth and be able to keep kids in those programs. Also, the voters will increase in that community, just helping the overall, whatever their preferences, it would increase the voter community there. Also, building the townhomes will increase property values. I am a real estate agent as well as a land developer. So I am very aware of the housing shortage in Greensboro, North Carolina. I'm aware of all of the new jobs that are coming to the area and the need for housing. All of that will aid in Greensboro kind of expanding and being a more vibrant community overall. Bringing more neighbors to the area will help, again, just have a more vibrant area. There has been multiple articles as far as the housing crisis in Greensboro. We've seen articles from Fox 8 and also News 2 as far as housing hurdles, housing crisis levels, and housing crisis increasing over the last year. We are trying to do our part as it relates to helping alleviate that housing shortage. We are in that, we're in the price point where a lot of people will be able to afford this product. So building 21 units, that's carefree maintenance. Townhomes will have a HOA there, so they won't have to worry about a lot of the things that single residential property might be in need of. So all of that will be taken care of, and there is a need for all of that, because just like there's a different need for housing, we can provide single residential, which we have been doing, and then we're trying to kind of incorporate the multifamily aspect for those people that want to do that carefree living. I think those are the main points. Just we have seen mixed use being approved all throughout the city. 2400 North Elm Street at Cone has 0.68 acres that were rezoned from RS12 to RM18. And we are trying to rezone 4.5 acres from single residential to multifamily on 21 units, which I think it's plenty of room, plenty of space for everyone while still conserving a lot of that nature there, because it is 4.5 acres and 21 units. In my opinion, is not a huge number. We want to add inventory to the current housing market, bring families to the area and just start from there. And everyone's deserving of the American dream, however that may look. So I'm here to advocate for that, whether it be single residential, some people are just interested in rental properties, which we also can sell to investors, and that will spike up the rental market as well. So all around, I believe, in my opinion, that this is a great idea, just helping and aid in the overall housing crisis, whether it be for homeowners or for investors that will ultimately end up putting those houses on the market and will help the rental shortage as well. And that is all I've got.
Would any of your other speakers like to speak?
How you doing? My name is Dwight Tatum, on behalf of Three Pillars Homes and Feedgate Investment. We bought the property since 2020. We've been actively building affordable houses in Greensboro, from Laudermilk Street. Our first project was 2713 Buchanan Road. That did really well. We moved over to Laudermilk Street and did 4 houses, working on 4 houses side by side from 400 to 408 Laudermilk Street. We've also put up 4 houses in the Pinecroft area in off of 2 Street. So all of our homes have been geared towards first-time home buyers. My wife being a realtor, she has several different clients that are asking for different products, and that's when the multifamily came about. So me and myself and a partner of mine, Mr. Henry Chuck Wuma, we started looking for land all around the city, because after we rezoned Toe Street and received like a lot of push motivation to keep doing what we were doing, we started becoming interested in more lots on the east side of Greensboro. We've had several meetings with the city about land that the city already owns and turning them into multifamily, from like the old Grove neighborhood off of McConnell Road to English Street, to all of those areas. So we've put a lot of money into the east side of Greensboro. I'm a graduate of Dudley, class 94. I remodeled my own childhood home on 1703 Curry Street. So we want to see Greensboro doing well. We don't know how we were perceived when we came into the neighborhood, because in our mind, we do scale luxury only. We only do granite countertops, hardwood floors, ceramic tile. We bring all of the custom finishes from some of these other areas into the east side. So then when people remodel their own homes, they have comps that can be compared to. So when these homeowners invest in their own properties, they'll have something in their radius that has sold in the past couple of years. So like I said, it was a shock to me. We weren't prepared. The owner was in Nigeria for 5 weeks, so we weren't prepared for the original zoning meeting, but I don't think they understood what we've been doing and what our intentions and what our purpose, what it is.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Henry Chukuma. I am from Feedgate Investment. Reggie Turton and Violet have already told you what we're doing. All we're just trying to do is to bring development into that very area. And the concentration, from what I was told, I was out of the country, was that the velocity of that very area might not accommodate what we are applying to do. But anything you all can do to accommodate us, all we want to do is to bring development into that very area. So I don't know what you all want me to say.
Do you have any questions for the applicants?
Well, one of the, when I read the minutes from the zoning commission, that you had not talked to the neighbors. Have you talked to the neighbors yet?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
No, ma'am. And the reason why we have not is because, quite frankly, Mr. Henry just got back in the country yesterday. And I don't represent his interests. So I did not want to start making conditions or promises based on his property and his company. I'm the GC and the builder. I pretty much, and project manager, I pretty much handle these things for his company. This is the first time we've met opposition with affordable housing in the city of Greensboro. We also build in Reedsville, High Point, and Winston-Salem. So we were taken aback once we learned that the zoning, the city staff recommended approval. We were taken aback when it went in the other direction, and we just, with him being out of the country, we didn't have an answer or real response for that. So we were open for collaboration with the community. The only issue is he's here now. He just come back yesterday, and we didn't feel like it was, we were asking for too much to be able to move forward with the plan. We thought the plan, in the way that y'all read the notes about the comprehensive, vitalization, all that stuff, we're right there. And then, I'm on my end fighting the developers for more money for amenities. So anything that I touch is going to be first class. I don't do second rate finishes on anything. You can check my contractor's license and record, but the issue is we just didn't know that we were bringing houses into the area. We watch development everywhere, that we were going to offend people or exclude anyone. It was just a bad time.
The purpose of talking to the neighbors is
Right.
to get buy-in, to see if they like it. Now, I've ridden down the street and it's almost like an alley.
Right.
And to think of putting all those units behind the little houses that are there. I think that's where the neighbors are upset, because I can hardly get down the street myself. And to put all of those houses back in that area, I think what you're saying is what we need. We
And the
need
issue-
houses. We need more units, but we cannot, if it's not a good place to put the houses.
Right, but as a developer and a builder in Greensboro since '05, I've seen a lot of bad places turn into really good places. And if the road width is an issue, he's here available to speak on condition. I just wasn't in a position to alter his application. We had to push straight forward through. And like I said, on behalf, of Feedgate, I was kind of in a tough situation to try to answer any questions on what his intentions may be.
Sharon versus.
No, go ahead. I'll let you finish because your district. But were you okay? Well, I'll be very honest. Housing is needed. Yes, it is. But I'm gonna treat you like I treat everybody else that comes.
So we're gonna
And
get a
that
9
is,
to
that
0.
is to, you need to interact with the community. Those things that the community have a concern about, you ought to hear them and try to work with them. That happens all the time. And when people come and they don't engage with the community, because those are the people that have to live there after you've gone, after you've built and you've gone, then they have to be there. And so you want everybody to feel welcome and a part, not for them to just come and dictate to you, but we work with developers all the time who go out and meet with the community and, let them know what the project is, what is going to be done. And then you look at what are the negative impacts, what are the positive impacts. I mean, those are that's how we have to operate. And, yes, we need housing, we need diverse housing, we do, but I don't know about Loudermilk. I'm gonna ride by Loudermilk tomorrow because in my district, because I never heard of it.
Oh, yeah. we put a lot of money.
And so I don't know anything about it. The other thing is, most developers do reach out to the council member to help them, introduce to the community if you don't know people in that community. Is your zoning a conditional zoning where you could have made some? I'm
No,
just
and
kind
that's
of,
where we didn't really have the,
so before
information.
you go further, can I ask a question? And I hear, you. Can he continue this to have opportunity for community engagement and everything? Can he do that
That would be a
at this
great
point?
idea.
Because I hear what he's saying. I understand, but there are some concerns. I heard Goldie, she's concerned the street is a concern, and those things you have to look at. So can I, Mr. City Attorney, can you
We do have two speakers signed up in opposition. I think we
Right,
need to hear them as well.
Yes, I know, but after that, is that?
It's
is
a
that-
matter the council
Is that
can,
doable,
yes, council can do that.
sir?
Council can do that.
Okay, okay, so it could be after we hear the speakers from the other side, obviously, because we need to hear their side too. But I'm just saying, you don't want to miss an opportunity, and
I'd
you know-
certainly like to see them have an opportunity
Yeah,
to,
I would too.
speak with the
Sometimes you just don't know
community.
what you don't know. And,
Right.
you
And
know,
this was a little overwhelming for us, being that we went from, we typically buy 1 or 2 lots at a time. And then when it turned into this, we've had to hire engineers and hire, additional surveyors and everything. So we were really treading lightly, but at the same time, from the time Mr. Henry purchased the land, we started immediately the process. So
okay.
So why don't we have the speakers in opposition,
Right.
Karen Leak and Ron Williams.
We're gonna hear them, and then you'll have opportunity to come back.
Thank you so much.
Yes, just.
If you would give us your name for the record, and you have a total of 15 minutes between the two speakers.
My name is Karen Leak. I live at 1015 Willard Street, 2 doors down from the proposed site. I have lived in my home and cut grass there for 30 years. 1007 Willard Street sits in the middle of our residential block of small, single-family homes. There's a naturally flowing creek in front of this property. What will happen to the environment? Where will the water go? You can see this creek from either side of the street because the street itself is only 19 feet wide. The applicant wants to build 21 units, 2 cars per unit, 42 cars flowing onto a street 19 feet wide. The applicant wants to put a 21 unit, 4 people per unit, 84 people flowing onto a street 19 feet wide. How will we accommodate this traffic? Will the street be widened? Will speed bumps be added? Another 42 cars. When we pass each other now, we have to slow down. If it's an oversized vehicle, you have to stop for a school bus or anything larger. The applicant has done 0 outreach to our neighborhood. So we would like to know how they plan to accommodate this additional traffic. 1007 Willard Street is a low-income neighborhood. The annual income is $39,000. I went to the GPD website today for the area code surrounding area. We've had 500 reports of crime since January 1st. Can we see that graph again of the map? The land goes down and to the left behind existing family homes, homes that face Willard Street and homes that face Holt Avenue, literally in their backyards. Yes. As you can see, it goes in and then to the back. All that portion to the left is behind existing homes, homes that face Willard Street, homes that face Holt Avenue. You can't see it from the street. They have one entrance onto Willard Street, a street 19 feet wide. I understand we need housing. We do, but this doesn't fit the land. It just doesn't fit the land. The street is too small. That's all I really want to say. It just doesn't fit the land. And, we literally in people's backyards to build this development. I mean, it just,
And one of the points that you made to the zoning, because you said that even though there were to be attractive units, that they couldn't be seen
from the
from
street
either
because it's
street.
behind housing. Off, back to the road and literally behind houses that exist. Literally in their backyards. You wouldn't see it from the street. It's going to be one exit off to the street. God forbid there's an emergency or something happens back there. How will all those people get out? That's the reason why there has to be a community meeting
That's the reason why it has to be a community meeting, because those are concerns that these people have that she has no answers to. You know, I mean, I want to see them do housing, but I mean, if they can't work this out, I can't go vote in favor of it. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
The zoning commission denied it
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
because they've seen that one of the people who were on the council had driven down the street and said the same thing. Two people said they visited the street and saw that it just wasn't the right fit for the land. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mr.
You
Williams?
have a rebuttal time too. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ronald Williams, and I reside at 908 Willard Street. My concern is that this area where they want to build these apartments are much too small, much too small. The roadway Willard Street itself, if you can imagine, it would be two driveways butted together to make one street. So really, we have a little road going through there. And to have apartments down in that hole, you got 21 apartments, 42 parking spaces, two cars per apartment, I'm sure. I've seen accidents down there. I have to park my trucks off the road, 20 feet off the road. I've had people come in my yard, tear my trucks up, tear my trailers up. We only have police presence probably about twice every 6 months. Come through there. You got kids out there playing. And as she said, you know, you got a street back there, Holt Avenue. They would be in them people's backyard. Willard Street, they would be in the people's backyard. One way in, one way out. And they have family events down through there all the time. And the street is very, very narrow, very narrow. And I just don't see where it would benefit the neighborhood at all, to try to do that. So I just don't see it. I can't see it. And as far as it being like in a hideaway, it will not be a hideaway, because when you come down the street, that'll be the first thing you see. Because when they clear these trees and stuff out, that would be the first thing you would see. And it would almost come from the back of somebody's backyard on Holt Avenue, almost up to the street. It's not a hideaway at all, none whatsoever. And I just don't, and it appears to me like they almost came up in our back door, uninvited, without knocking. The only thing we got was a letter. I saw the engineers over there. I saw the surveyors over there. Nobody knew what they were doing. No one. So I appreciate your time. And I've had people even I was driving down the street one day, guy hit me in the back of my truck on a motorcycle. I was making a turn. I had to slow down and make a turn. I looked up in my rearview mirror. His face was right in my face. He's on the back of my truck. So it's buried that people speeding down through there. It's just too tight. It's too tight. And I just see a lot of problems coming in on top of the neighborhood. A lot of problems. So that's all I can say.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. The applicants, if you would come back up, I think
Okay.
we would like to entertain a motion at this point. Excuse me?
You need help. They need help.
Well, I think Mrs. Hightower has a question for the developers.
Sure.
Well, I mean, they just in their rebuttal period, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, basically, you've heard the opposition. I just think that in this case, after hearing the opposition, maybe this, I don't know if a continuance would do any good. Because I'm not sure they're gonna meet in the middle at all.
And I just
But
wanted
I
to
would-
address some of the
I
things
like-
that
they
was
need-
Yes,
said.
I mean, you have a 5-minute rebuttal.
As far as the street size and the road width, that's something that can be explored with the city of Greensboro. We've seen street work widening all over the east side. So that's something as a developer, we would entertain as far as sharing costs with the city or, widening that section from the entrance on in. We talked about the crime in the area. We've been building houses in that same area for 2 years. I've been living in that area my whole life. There's no leave the area. We're in the area the whole time. The issue is these people aren't going to be the ones committing the crimes. The 21 people that move in, they're going to be your more upstanding citizens and whatnot. Now, I understand the main two things I'm hearing is the street size and the crime and it being in everybody's backyard. But actually the buffering from the two streams on the property proved that we're really moving in the center part of the 4.5 acres, because on both sides we have a 50-foot stream buffer that our engineers are working out with. So we didn't come to try to, get in anybody's backyard. I've been living in Greensboro since '76. So all of these east side streets are my backyard as well. I've coached in this community for 15 years in the same neighborhoods and communities that these kids grow up in. So we have a understanding. It, like I said, it was just more bad timing than anything. And I don't think bad timing is a reason to get on the other side of an issue and to get emotional. I just feel like, yeah, with more dialogue, we could work together. But quite frankly, this is our first time meeting opposition to single family and multifamily residential in all of these different jurisdictions that we're operating in. We've never had to go this level, this high to seek approval. And I'm welcoming the experience, but at the same time, it kind of makes me uncertain about how do we spend our money in the future, because he had a right to buy this land and come through this process of rezoning it. And I just don't think the argument of it being in our backyard, because in my neighborhood, everybody's in my backyard. There's nowhere you can live without people coming in. So we need to get out of the mode of it's mine and it's ours and start including folks and stop saying this, because I don't think anybody that comes into this area is going to cause a problem to this area.
Yes, if I can add a little thing to this is 4.5 acre land. And then realistically, we can just go ahead and build 15 houses there, which there should not be any problem at all. All we're just trying to do is just to increase the velocity, probably to 21. So the difference is about 15, maybe the difference about maybe 6 or 7 houses difference. That's just the difference. Because what has been approved by the city and everything is about 15 houses that can be built there comfortably. So if we are going to build 15 houses comfortably, the difference of 21 to 15 is what we're just contesting right now. So the choice for you all to make that decision. If you say no, we just go ahead and build about 15 as opposed to 21. That's just what we are just contesting right now. Thank you.
Quick question regarding the, we're talking about going to RM12, correct? Not to single family, going to multifamily, correct?
It's already zoned.
It's already zoned
For single family.
for single family.
Right, exactly. So you're looking to go to RM12 and put up these facilities. You mentioned before the buffer. I think Mr. Tatum mentioned the buffer, the streams as a buffer. What other types of buffering do you have planned for this community?
Yes, we're in the beginning phases, but we'd already talked about screening trees, investing a lot of money in the landscape and screening trees for the 3 houses that we would be in their backyard, as well as the buffering. So when you say it's 4.5 acres, we're actually clearing under 3 acres, because all of the area around the 2 streams we're leaving undisturbed. And that was the developer's decision, because the engineers originally looked at the plan and said, hey, go for RM18, you can get 70 units back there. That's exactly what the engineers see based on the, you know, the land development ordinance. And we were like, hold on, that's too big for us. Let's scale it back and look at, you know, townhomes. And that's the product that we haven't been doing enough of. And that's why we jumped into that. But
Right, and thank you. And all of your access is egress, ingress is on Willard Street, correct?
yes,
And how long have you been planning this development?
we bought the land in April. Yeah, it was the middle of March.
Yes.
So in our, since January.
Since January, really, we
Of
have.
this year?
Yes, and we went straight in with surveyors and environmental. We hired pilot environmental to do the stream delineations to figure out exactly the class of the two streams, how far we need to go. The buffer is already set at 50 feet. We were familiar with this process with the development we did on 2nd Street because it has a pond behind it. So we were a little versed. We're learning a little more as we go along. But the issue was once we talked to our engineer and the surveyor, based on what the city is doing and other projects they're working in, it fit in line. So we're talking about a street being widened. We're talking about curb and gutter. I don't think he should bear the brunt of the inadequate access to that area. They're 4.5 acres there ready for purchase and to be developed. I think that's where the collaboration, you know, needs to start. And we're for it. We just got off on the wrong foot. And sometimes it's hard to get back on the right foot with, as far as engaging the community, because they originally told us you had 183 letters to send out, but it's us. And we didn't get the list until the Wednesday before the meeting, the original meeting. So
That's the plan, because planning and zoning
That's the
meeting?
plan.
yeah, we didn't get the list until the Wednesday before that zoning meeting. So we were kind of like stuck between, do we rush and put something out? He's out of the country. You know, it was just too much to try to figure out in that short term.
When you say that you didn't get the list, it wasn't available to you, or?
To the Wednesday before that meeting, we didn't get an email from, I believe it was either Mike Kirkman or either Lucas Carter who sent the email with the 183. So we went immediately, print out labels, bought stamps.
And this was 2 days before the zoning and planning meeting, planning and zoning.
Right, exactly. It was. And then somebody else at the same meeting, and we didn't want to bash the city or anything because we work with the planning and zoning department all the time. We have 11 active permits on with the city right now. So we weren't gonna, you know, say anything too bad because we
Yeah, I think
understand.
we're going a little askew of the
Yeah, I think we
zoning
get
discussion.
track.
And
Yeah.
I know Mary Kay has a
But the point I
comment.
do want to make on record, I'm sorry, Mayor, is for $1,300, the city needs to do more in letting the surrounding community. I know they put out a sign and they do a list, but they need to help because, you know, some people are being represented in these things, and this is us. So I'm just saying that we need a little more from the city. We're paying the fees as far as guiding us through because we didn't get any information about the conditional zoning, anything. It's like, if you know it, you do it. If you don't, then here we are.
Mary Kay, then Nancy, then Goldie, and then Sharon.
Just a question, and I really want to do infill development. We need housing. I think we all agree on that. Just have a little bit of a concern. You said originally there were going to be 71 and then it went down to 21. Is that because of the environmental impact? I
No.
think didn't the engineer say that you needed to?
It was mainly because of my license. I'm a residential builder, and with the 70 units, he would have to go commercial and do condominiums or whatever that 70. So when we got that original sketch, it was like, no, because you got to think, when we call them up, we tell them, what can we do? How can we get the most units on this property? It's no secret that that's what we do. And then they give us all the restrictions that kind of dial us back. But originally they were saying 70, and we said, no, we want to stick more with the 3-bedroom, 3.5 bath with a 1-car garage, straight up and down that you see out Tarrant Road, you see out West Friendly. The product is the same. This is just like one of the first times we're going to bring to the east side of Greensboro, northeast.
And I noticed that in the Planning Zoning Commission minutes that you had the possibility of doing a, postponing it, but you didn't want to because of business?
No, the thing was, they wanted us to postpone it, and the reason in my opinion, was not a good reason to postpone it. I understand that there were oppositions to everything, but I'm just saying, okay, they're basically saying postpone it because you didn't talk to the city, and we're saying, okay, you just gave us the list from the city, why postpone it? They're approving it. We really had a disconnect from seeing how this thing really works. Like once we felt like the city was on board and it fit the plan.
I think it's more of a concern of not contacting the neighbors, even though I do understand you may have gotten a mailing list late. There should have been, I can't tell you what to do and I can't advise you, but some kind of outreach to the people who back right up to it. So, yeah.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Couple of questions. Is this your first case to go? Have you been before the rezoning commission before on other properties?
Yes, this is our second time.
So your second time. I think Ms. Sabuzawader made the point, infill development, which we really want and need throughout the city on parcels, just like the one that you own and are looking at. But infill development requires a couple of things. It requires a lot of conversation with the neighborhood. And you sort of alluded to the fact that you kind of have a standard product that you've used in different areas. Sometimes that doesn't work for infill development for terrain reasons or just some of the things I think that maybe are a part of the acreage that you're looking at. And I think, I read the zoning minutes as well. I think you were given there seemed to be confusion at the zoning commission meeting. And the commissioners gave you an out or an option in terms of postponing. That might have been a good thing to have done, but here we are right now. And have got to make a decision. But I think there are some questions here that disturbed me in terms of the process and how the approach was made or has been made here.
But with there being no formal leadership from that immediate neighborhood, how do we in the future, do we just start with city council and say, hey, this is in your area and let's talk that way? Because at the end of the day, it's kind of hard for us in our actually to find out whose nerves we're touching. We didn't know who would be on the other side until they showed up, if that makes sense.
Well, I think it's your obligation to identify adjoining neighbors and figure out how you are going to meet and talk with them.
Yeah. Dr. Wells?
This is quite concerning to me. We need housing. We are saying that we want infill, but of course we want smart infill. I feel that there's been a lot of gaps here that you say you didn't know, and I guess nobody told you. But communication is the key. When you go into anybody's neighborhood, you need to find out if this is going to fit. And if you notice when Mr. Kirkman made all of his presentations, he also had a list of conditions. So when you talk to the folks, you ask them, well, what would you like? What would make you happy? How can we come? Show them all the good that you can do and get buy-in. You just can't walk, it's like walking into somebody's house. You can't just go in and take over. These people have lived here. And it is a tiny, tiny street. I'm concerned about why we have little streets like this in Greensboro.
That's a bigger question.
Because I mean, the street is little, but not wide. So I don't know if this is possible, but I would like for this to be given some kind of time period that they could see if they can learn what they need to learn about how to do this. They bought the property. They want to do something. They want to build houses. We need houses. And it sounds bad if we say we're turning down developers that have land and want to, but we know there are a lot of things that have not been done right. Because you haven't talked to the folks, you haven't gotten any, you say you don't know the leader. You knew Miss Leak because she was at the zoning commission. You should have been talking to her ever since that zoning commission meeting, knowing you were coming to us.
Yeah, but you missed my statement earlier. He's the owner of this company. So if she has any requests or conditions.
So then you become the middleman. Then you take the message from her to him to get the because if you had done that, you wouldn't be probably where you are tonight. So I don't know, council, is this possible? Manager, is it possible?
Mr. Manager,
Wait,
Mr. Manager,
hold on, we got a bunch of people.
what would you suggest we do to help this situation?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll say that if you are okay with it, we just cut it off, vote to continue this to another day.
Right.
Well, they have to go talk to the neighbors and others who may be directly impacted. I think if they continue this, or if you choose to continue this to another day, we will meet with them. This, as you know, I'm a planner. I'll be happy to talk to them on this very subject, but this is not the atmosphere that we have in this back and forth tonight. That would be my advice. Thank
So
you.
just table it.
So
Yes.
Can we
They will
table
need
it or
to, they will need to
continue?
postpone it. If
for
you can
60?
vote for them to continue it to another day, then we'll work
Continue.
with them.
What if we continued it for 60 days? What would that be a reasonable time frame?
It all depends on them, but as long as whatever time is appropriate to the developer, we can work with them.
Look, and I know we need to hear from the neighbors too, because they're opposition, so we definitely need to hear from them. But,
And we need to hear
For
from
me
transport.
personally,
We need to hear from
I-
transportation in this whole. matter.
well, I'm saying, but you still need to hear from the opposition because they have 5 minutes to talk
yes.
too. But I think, because we really can't work it out
No.
per se.
No, can't.
But I would say at least allow them to sit some kind of 60-day, at least a 60-day continuance, because I think with everything they really need to find out and try to, and work with the neighbors. I mean, first place you do is go knock on somebody's door and just say, hey, we want to talk to you. Send them letters and just say, hey, we want to have a meeting. This is what we're doing. I mean, whatever you can do, but have a hot dog in the park. I don't know. I can't tell you. But I would certainly like to suggest at least a 60-day continuance for them to try to come to some agreement after we hear. If the opposition is acceptable to that.
So we do have, you've got 30 seconds left. We have the rebuttal. And then I think Tammy, Justin, and Hugh, if you want to speak before the rebuttal or after, do you want to use your last 32 seconds?
Yes, all I want to say is just thank you all for listening to us. Whatever you all want us to do, we will do it. But this is going to bring development to that area other than any other thing. So we will do exactly what you all want us to do. We'll go and talk to the neighbors. Whatever it's going to take, we will do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Leak, Ms. Leak and Mr. Williams.
Hi, I just want to say once again, it's not that it's an emotional thing. It's just that, again, it just doesn't fit the land. The street is 19 feet wide. How will this additional traffic be accommodated? He said, partner with the city to maybe have it widened. It needs to be widened first. If they start cutting down trees, I will never make it to work on time. You know, I go up and down the street 2 or 3 times a day. If they start development, it's going to shut the whole street down. You know, it just doesn't fit the land. The naturally flowing creek in front of this property, where will the water go? What will happen to the environment?
So you're saying that Willard Street is 19 feet wide?
19 feet wide. When
And I
cars
don't-
pass each other's currently, we have to slow down. Oversized vehicle, you're going to have to move over and stop. It
I
just-
don't believe that is on our list to widen the street.
Hmm.
So, Tammy, did you,
You need to be.
Mr. Williams, was there anything?
Yes, I want to thank you for your time again. Like I said, the street has no curb and gutter at all. So when you move over, if you got 2 cars passing each other, one has to move over up on somebody, well, the city's property. And you got cars parking on both sides of the street. And it's just a mess. It started off messy and still messy. So, and, and we got other members of the community that's here, but myself and Ms. Leak are the only ones, speaking. But we do have other members of the community here. And we just, the idea just don't fit. It don't fit. It's a part of the puzzle that will not fit in that particular place.
Mrs. Thurm, did you have a comment? Mr. Outling?
You've been raising, I think, really important concerns with regard to the applicant communicating with the community. You've also raised concerns about the appropriateness of this development in this particular area.
Yes.
My question to you, and I'll tell you my position on all of these things in terms of continuing it or giving the applicant more time to come back before the council is, my personal position is, it's the applicant's job to prove they're entitled to a rezoning. So unless everyone present is in agreement, I don't support continuing a matter, recognizing that you and others are taking valuable time out of your days to be here. But I wonder if a continuance would be helpful to you in that the concerns that you've raised about the actual application, whether it be the roads or whether it be the sense that there's not a great buffer because you're going to be seeing people in your backyard. If the applicant does what they say they're going to do, even if they're denied, which is develop the land, but put 15 homes as opposed to 21, you may still have the concerns that you have today.
Yes.
And so my question to you is, would you be okay with a continuance, recognizing that that continuance may give you time to work with the applicant so the applicant agrees to do some things that may hopefully address your concerns about the actual application? Because I think there's a potentiality that even if the applicant is denied today, they can go and build as a matter of right. Means they don't have to ask the city council, they can just build as a matter of right. And they could build something that, at least to my ear, sounds like you wouldn't like that either.
No, it's still, I would have the same opinion about it.
So would you be agreeable to, to Councilwoman Hightower's suggestion or possible suggestion of taking 60 more days to talk with the applicant and see if they can propose something that's more agreeable to you with regard to the actual application?
Actually, I think it'd be a waste of time because I'm not going to change. I'm not going to change, but because I don't see anything that they could do in that position, in that area, that would make me happy.
Yeah.
Or would make anybody happy.
I agree that, but what I'm attempting to say is, even if the city council said your application is denied, which is kind of what you're asking for, they can go and automatically still develop that land, to my ear, in a way that sounds like you would still be very displeased about. And so if you take 60 days and you meet with them and discuss with them, at least there's a possibility that they could say, for example, we're going to add an additional buffer, or perhaps we're going to make it some other way that ultimately is something more agreeable to you. So I just want to be mindful of what your desires are,
Right.
because it's your community and you live there, and I don't want to do something
Right.
that is not a good thing for the applicant and not a good thing for you,
Right. Well,
and not a good thing, most importantly, for the city.
well, if that's what we need to do, we'll do that. We can do that.
And,
Yeah.
and ma'am, do you have
Yeah, we can do that.
thoughts on that as well? I know you've taken time out of your busy schedule as well.
Okay.
I think that's acceptable, yes, but like I said, my main concern is just the traffic flow on Willard Street. Cars are speeding through there, there's kids, and it's just, I think the street widening would have to happen first to accommodate an additional 24 cars, 48 cars, it's just, this doesn't fit the land, and to have that additional development behind homes, it just doesn't fit.
Well, thank you both.
So you're talking about widening the whole street, and I just don't think that is feasible. There takes an awful lot to widen a street. I mean, you've got to buy all the right of way, you've got to relocate the utilities. It's not on our list to widen Willard Street. I don't want to give anybody a feeling that that's a possibility, that we could widen that street, because I don't believe Mrs. Cockburn or somebody from GDOT could tell us whether or not that's even on a list somewhere. So I know there was a comment about us partnering, but I don't know that there's a partnership there to be had.
But
I am concerned about what the layout would look like. I know that we don't allow flag lots, but it looks like that a portion of that would be a really big flag lot.
Flat lawn.
Sue?
So I want to find out from Larry, and I've been asking this question, where's that infrastructure money? Because we get some of that infrastructure money coming down to us. There are some streets and roads we need to put some attention to. I'm not making problem, but that's important that we keep our eye on that and get those dollars here. Because we got streets like that need to be fixed, that are narrow, so what, Larry, we got to keep getting on that.
We are. In fact, I've got a meeting with affected staff next week. We're going to go over the review from our federal lobbyist on the federal infrastructure bill. Hope to give council an update soon on what we think we're eligible for.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Thank you.
Councilman Outling asked the question I was going to ask, but it is important I think everybody up here on council has talked about the housing crisis that we're in, about the need for additional housing, not just affordable housing, just housing in general, the need to leverage the infill that we have. In this case, I'm in favor of the continuance, but it's just important that everyone listening to this conversation realize that this is a conversation that we're going to have more and more of. We've all talked about increasing the density in Greensboro. This council has approved over 7,000 jobs that are becoming here the next 3 to 5 years. We have to make room for them somewhere, someplace, somehow. And so this is a conversation that's coming to a neighborhood near you. I will say that from the standpoint of the developer, the owners, it is important, as I think Dr. Wells indicated, that when you're doing something like this and you're doing it in their backyard, that you have that conversation with them. We all want growth, but we also want respectful growth. And that is having the conversation with the community. You may not agree, but it gives them an opportunity to have, I think the word was buy-in, the conversation. I think that's very important. It may come down to the very same thing. It may be that it's approved or not approved, but at least there's that conversation. And some of the folks who are living near may end up living with, or maybe your biggest supporters when it all comes down to it. But again, this is a conversation that we're all going to be having over the next several years. As we look at infill, we increase our density to make room for the new Greensboro residents who are going to be here with all these wonderful jobs that we're bringing in. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Hightower, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we continue this item for 60 days to allow the proposed developer to get with the community and to maybe even talk with transportation a little bit further about roadway structures and so forth, and get some additional information I think they need. So I would like for us to continue with the 60
Okay, and
days.
so that would be to the August 16th
You should have made
city
it.
council meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Should do what?
August 16th?
Yes. Mhm.
Yes. Is there, I heard a lot of seconds. Ms. Abuzawader, excuse me? Yeah, council, please vote. And this would be for a 60-day continuance to the August 16th meeting without further advertising. We keep the public hearing open until that time. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson? I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Sturm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. I do want to tell the developers and the owners that it's really on you to go out and make those connections. It's not the city who organizes those meetings. I know that at the end of May that you were given a list of people who live in the immediate vicinity, and I would encourage you to reach out to them as quickly as possible. Okay. We move on to the general business portion of our agenda. We do have a significant business agenda this evening. Maybe this would be a good time to take a quick break. Okay. All right. 10 minutes? Yes. All right. Thank you. Good evening. We will. Okay. We are moving on to the general business portion of our agenda, and we need to go back to item number G6. Mr. Outland was recused. The item is a resolution approving agreement between the Greensboro Housing Development Partnership, Inc. and the city of Greensboro.
Move the item.
Moved by
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mrs. Busewader?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes,
And that passes 8-0.
My voting thing never did come up.
They'll take care of it. Item number I1 is a resolution to approve extension of maturity date of city loan to Winfield Lincoln Grove Limited Partnership. This item was pulled from the June 7th, 2022 consent agenda and moved to the June 21, 2022 meeting for discussion.
Move the
Mrs.
item.
Hightower?
yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I had this item pulled from consent. I realize we just had an extensive housing conversation. And this is a resolution to approve an extension of a maturity date of a city loan made in 1990 to Winfield Lincoln Grove Limited Partnership. Now, I asked for a plan of action of what they were going to do. I did not get that. I got a lot of rhetoric and that they were going to be applying for a housing finance credit. But the problem I have with this is, number one, it's been since 1990. I'm not clear why we're extending it to 2023. I never really got a clear answer. I got a long email, but not a clear definitive answer. Didn't get a specific plan of how they're going to utilize this extension to bring this property up to standards. And then thirdly, yes, we need affordable housing, but we also don't need to just house people where there's no respect. There should be respect and dignity when you house people, even on the lower spectrum. And I have had issues because this property is in the district I represent. And I've had issues at this property as far back as I can remember. A man who they threatened to evict, I put in a letter in his mailbox because he put a latch on the front door because it would stand open and he didn't want his grandson to walk out the door. No heat. And as recently as January 21, no heat. And they brought him 2 space heaters, which clicked off the power. And then the 1 space heater ran his bill up. People feel intimidated to complain. And I can't support this because until I see people treat people on the lower spectrum of life with dignity and respect, we cannot continue to pump money into the same old entities over and over again. Just because they've done it doesn't make it right for us to continue unless there are some specific requirements on how you treat people. Just because I don't make a lot of money and I need an affordable unit doesn't mean I need to be treated disrespectful. When I asked a request to get something fixed, I had a young lady in these units that had 2 children, mold in the bathroom. She asthma. She couldn't stay. I had to help her move out. I can't support this until I know what specific plans they plan to do to bring these property up to a great standard. And right now, I'm not there. And I did not get my questions. Immediately leaving council meeting last time, I immediately wrote an email that same night. I did not wait. And I said, what are the plans? What is the reason for extending it? So, and what I got back was a lot of fluff, but nothing concrete. So I am not in a place to support this action for me tonight.
I think you bring up some really good points. What are the ramifications of not extending?
So this is the oldest loan in our portfolio and it expired in April. So at this point, to make it really short and sweet, we either need to call it due or we need to extend it. The extension would extend it through December 2023 so that they can continue to work with redevelopment to bring the property in line with the Willow Oaks plan. Dan Curry is the consultant they're working with currently on that. He's already given some suggestions for that property. So that's the short version. I can get into more detail if you would like.
So if we say no, what, Michelle?
If we say no, then the loans due.
And are there people in those units now?
There are people in those units. The concern on our end is, to be frank, there are knowns and unknowns, right? There's a scenario where we have a developer who is currently working with the planning department and will ultimately work with us around some financing pieces to redevelop that property, and that's the existing owner. The risk by not extending this loan is the likelihood that the property will be sold and we will not have a financial investment in whomever it's sold to, and the possibility that it could continue to be substandard housing. And that's a very real possibility. So they're understood Councilwoman Hightower's concerns, certainly, but there are concerns on both ends of this. So the extension really would carry it through December 2023 to try to get it in line with the Willow Oaks plan. How long has this partnership with Mr. Curry been in effect? I will get this wrong. Cindy, do you know off the top of your head, or Sue?
The loan itself is dated 1990.
The loan goes back to 1990.
Right, but you're saying they're working with a new consultant. How long have they been working?
They
that
met
consultant?
with the redevelopment housing team met with the owners in May to start working through the plans for redevelopment to be consistent with the Willow Oaks plan. So it's only been a couple months that they've started kind of moving in that direction. I can't answer how long, and Dan is a consultant within the planning department, obviously, so I can't answer how long they've been going back and forth. I don't know. I would defer to the planning department for an answer as it relates to that. It's one of those things where we carry the loan, they carry the plan. The consulting to be in line with the plan would happen in that way. The money piece of it would happen within our department. So there may be some questions I need to defer to planning to answer.
Justin?
So the loan dates back to 1990. It's now 2022, some 22 some odd years. Am I correct to infer from that the poor, substandard, blighted, dangerous condition that exists now was under their ownership?
The deferred maintenance and some deterioration, yes, certainly has occurred since 1990. It is in need of redevelopment. It is in need of some substantial care and rehab. So short answer is yes.
Okay. And so you said one of the concerns that you have is that if we call the loan now and say it's due, you must pay, they'll sell the property and we don't know what the new owner may or may not do. Talk to me about, it's already been in bad substandard condition for 22 years. Why we may think that the unknown is even worse
Sure.
than the substandard condition.
I wouldn't say that it's been in substandard condition for 22 years. I would
Okay.
say there have been through the years, and that would not be unusual for most properties of that age, some code compliance issues that have happened through the years. There have been issues that, like Councilwoman Hightower expressed, those could happen at any property regardless of how new they are. Water infiltration issues or things of that nature. It's a little bit of the devil you know versus the devil you don't know. At least we know we have an investment with the current developer to really move to make sure that that property gets in line with the Willow Oaks plan. We may not have that if the property is sold, depending on who it is sold to. And the other piece of it is the recommendation from staff really is just for that extension through December 2023. So we're not talking about extending this loan another decade. We're talking about giving enough time for a valid process to happen with the planning department to make determinations on what needs to happen in that space. But at the end of the day, it's one or the other, and one of those two things needs to happen because from an ownership standpoint, they're in a difficult position with a loan that's now called due, and they don't really know where it stands until a determination is made by you all.
Yeah, I will tell you, it gives me great pause to extend a loan to a property owner that has not maintained their property and now it's in dangerous and blighted condition. But thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Kennedy, do we know that they have the funds to bring it up to standards?
I'm going to defer to Cindy. She's been in regular conversation with them as it relates to this project, so she may have better detailed information than I can give.
Thank you, Mayor. The property owner is working on developing a plan for a redevelopment that would be funded through the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency's 4% housing bond program. So it's a combination of low-income housing tax credits and state housing bonds.
Is there a way to do maybe a 6-month extension to see if they can get it together instead of committing ourselves for another 18 months? Is that possible?
The dates, they would be applying to the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency in October. They would learn in January whether or not that process would move forward. So it is possible that we could extend it for a shorter period of time. It would just mean we would have to come back then again for another extension in order to carry it through the development process.
I'd rather see us do an extension through February 2023, see if they get the financing in place. And if they don't, at that point, then pull the plug.
I would say that, I mean, for us, I think that's an appropriate answer. If that's the direction you choose to go, that'll give you enough time to make a determination on whether they're going to have funding in place. If they don't, we're going to have issues anyway. So certainly we'll support whatever the decision is from council, but we do need to give them through at least January to have an answer.
Mr. Outling?
Their track record, it appears, seems to indicate that there's no certainty that they're actually going to make the repairs on a timely basis. Obviously, one thing that the city can do, which it oftentimes does not, is to make repairs directly to the property itself and then work out a payment plan or some other arrangement with the property owner for the city to get repaid, such that there is certainty that the property won't continue to be in blighted condition. Is that something that your department has considered or explored?
We certainly can. I mean, one of the easiest ways for us to approach that is to make an assessment of the property overall and determine at what level there may be substandard conditions existing, and then move on from there based on the depth of the issue. But yeah, that is certainly something that's on the table.
Yeah, that's something that I'm certainly much more in favor of. And even if that's the route that we ultimately don't take, I don't think that we should be incentivizing or giving more money or extending graces to property owners that have kept property in really bad condition, especially for an extended period of time. But thank you.
So I just want to know who made the decision to take it to a year. I mean, why was that made? I mean, seems like to me very simple to have taken it 6 months or so, because yeah, this has been a long time.
I will say that I think that is largely driven by conversations between our housing staff and redevelopment staff and then the planning department for kind of length of time to engage and really evaluate plans and go back and forth with suggestions and things like that. But there's no reason that we can't move forward with the plan we're talking about now, which is giving them through the end of January to determine if they have funding available.
Yeah, and to speak to Justin's point, you know, we came up with this repair ordinance, and while I know this property is not in minimum housing, I would be curious to know how many code violations there have been over time.
I can certainly
Because-
research that and give you an answer.
Because I think, I know for a fact they go back to the time that I first got on this council. Because I started getting complaints from the residents and people who knew the residents. And that's been a few years right here alone. I just think we have to start looking at affordable housing in a different light. We rely on one or two developers to do affordable housing. We have to broaden our reach because those people have gotten so comfortable with doing it the way they're doing it. They don't think we're supposed to question them because they say, oh, well, we're doing affordable housing. But just because you house someone doesn't mean you're housing them with dignity and respect and that they feel safe.
That's right.
We cannot add all those adjectives to housing when they are not applying.
That's right.
And so I have issue. Yes, that's probably a great idea to give them 6 months to see what they can do. My question was going to be, and I know we're talking about the budget tonight, but you're talking about them selling it. Okay, how much would it take for us to buy it and repair it ourselves? I mean, we got to become better stewards in this community. And I don't think this is an example of a good steward. So I'm not going to support either way, but if your votes take you there, but I would like for, in that case, if it does, there need to be some strict requirements and monitoring of the progress. When is the plan? When are they going to get started? Once, if housing finance, and if housing, North Carolina Housing Finance Agency doesn't approve them, then what? What is the next step? It must come back here.
I think if the determination by you all is to give through the end of January, they would have the answer from North Carolina Housing Finance, and then you all could determine whether we want to call the loan due or we wanted to grant some other extension. And just to clarify, there are 116 units in that property, so it's not tiny. So it is critical to that community, and the maintenance and care of those properties is really important. To your point, we can't leave substandard units sitting in a neighborhood that desperately needs safe, decent, affordable housing.
So since it's not in minimum housing standards at this point, and we know that it would take a while before we could actually take it over and do repairs, I would suggest that we modify this. I'd like to make an amendment and give them an extension through January 31st, 2023. If there is a second. to
Second.
that.
So we would put it on the first February meeting for council.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mrs.
Yes.
Johnson? I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
No.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
No, and while I appreciate the conversation, I appreciate the action, and you hear me out, I appreciate it, but I cannot still support someone who has been this dismissive of the concerns in this community. And you're right, there are 116 units in this community, but when you hear people talking about, and I have a text here, when you hear people talking about, being in the cold, for 2 or 3 months, that's unacceptable to me. And being afraid to say anything because they don't want the retaliation of being evicted. I cannot.
And Councilwoman Hightower, tomorrow I'll make sure that you get a breakdown of what our code compliance issues have been dating back to the start of this.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Item number I2 is a resolution authorizing a commitment of $2 million to the Nussbaum Center for the Steelhouse project. We do have 2 people by Zoom, Lisa Hazlitt and Sam Funchess.
Move the item.
Second. So it has been moved and seconded. Are there any comments from Ms. Hazlitt or Mr. Funchess?
We appreciate the opportunity that council's reviewing our request with the Steelhouse in mind. We are really excited about the project. The last time the city council gave us funds is a little over 11 years ago. We turned that $1 million into over $100 million in revenue, local revenue, and $50 million in payroll, local payroll, through our support of the entrepreneurs. We expect and hope that the Steelhouse project will exceed those numbers as well.
Thank you. So we do have a motion by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0, and we look forward to that development.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number I3 is a resolution to approve the disparity study contract in an estimated amount of $300,000 with Griffin and Strong.
Move the item.
I heard that it was moved by Mrs. Hightower and seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0.
And I'm looking forward to these new numbers. I think we got to do some transformative things this time around. I don't want to see us 5 years from now in the same boat that we've been in too long.
Agreed. Item number I4 is an ordinance amending the American Rescue Plan Fund. I just need a little clarification on, is that the budget ordinance for the 2 million or?
No, that's actually our second amount of funds that came in, the second 29 million. And this is
okay.
just recording it and putting it setting it aside for future allocations by council.
We will gladly accept that
Move
money.
the item. Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. We will take 5, 6, 7, and 8 together. Item I5 is a resolution authorizing negotiation and execution of workforce development, adult and dislocated worker services contract with Eckerd Youth Alternatives in the amount of $1,400,000. I6 is a resolution authorizing negotiation and execution of workforce development, adult and dislocated worker services contract with Eckerd Youth Alternatives in the amount of $1.4 million. Item 1.7, a resolution authorizing negotiation and execution of workforce development youth services contract with Education Data Systems, Inc. in the amount of $1,050,000. And item I.8, Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act fund budgets in the amount of $183,000.
Mayor, quickly, I know Chris Rivera wants to make some changes to item I6. That's a minor error we need to make you aware of. Thank you. Thank you, City Mayor Tice. Good evening, council. So we found in our review of the ordinances that we submitted that we had a typographical error on item I6. That amount should be to not exceed a contract amount of $235,000 as reflected in the MWBE memo.
So I6, you said should be not to exceed 235,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Can the record reflect that, or does it need to be restated, Mr. City Attorney?
I would restate it to be.
So it should be resolution authorizing negotiation and execution of workforce development, adult and dislocated worker services contract with Eckerd Youth Alternatives not to exceed the amount of 235,000.
The resolution should read a resolution authorizing negotiation and execution of workforce development one-stop operator services
Okay.
contract with Two Hawk Workforce Services in the amount not to exceed $235,000.
Okay, if the record will reflect that for I6.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think everybody moved I5. So Mayor Pro Tem and Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem? I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
and that passes 9-0. Item I6 is as stated by Mr. Rivera. Council, please, I need a
Move the
motion.
item.
Moved by Mr. Holston,
Second.
seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I am a yes. Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower? And that passes 9-0. Now, item I7. Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mrs. Hoffman. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem? I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm? And Mrs. Hightower? That passes 9-0. Now we move on to item I.8.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem? I am a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower? And that passes 9-0. Now move on to items 9, 10, 11, and 12. Item I9 is an ordinance approving amendments to the city ordinances in Chapter 9, Civil Preparedness and Emergencies. Item number I10, an ordinance approving the amendments to city ordinances in Chapter 16, Motor Vehicles and Traffic. Item I11, ordinance approving amendments to the city ordinances in Chapter 18, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions. And item number I12, an ordinance approving amendments to the city ordinances, Chapter 23, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions. Can I have a motion for I9?
Motion.
Moved by Ms. Abuzawader, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem? I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower? That passes 9-0. Now we move on to item number I10. Do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Abuzawader,
Second.
seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I am a yes. Ms. Abuzawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. Item I11, can I have a motion for that?
Move the item.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? I am a yes. Ms. Abuzawader? Mr. Outling? Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Item I.11. Moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I am a yes. Ms. Abuzawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
That
Madam
passes
Mayor.
9-0.
Pardon me, for the record, I believe that was item I12.
Oh, did we do I-11 twice?
Right. We had Councilmember Holston moving item I-11 and Councilmember Abuzawader seconding it. And then the next motion was for I-12, which was Councilmember Abuzawader and then Councilmember Wells seconding.
Okay.
So which item?
I-12 is the one that we reflect that you just voted on. I think you just misspoke.
Do we need to correct that to say item number I-12?
We can have that reflected in the minutes.
Thank you. Item number I-13 and 14. Resolution authorizing a contract in the amount of $6,435,254 with Jimmy R. Lynch and Sons Incorporated for partial landfill closure. And item I.14, ordinance amending the Solid Waste Capital Reserve Fund and the Solid Waste Capital Improvement Fund budget for the partial closure of the White Street landfill Phase 3 project.
Move the item.
Second.
So I think I'm going to have to give it to Dr. Wells.
Yeah, I love Dr. Wells.
Seconded by Ms. Abusawader.
We'll let Dr. Wells.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Abusawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes,
And that passes 9-0. I need a motion for I-14.
I'll move, so move.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Ms. Abusawader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem, I'm a yes. Ms. Abusawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
yes.
And that passes 9-0. Isn't it nice to have that item on the agenda and not have it be controversial?
Yes, it is.
Item I-15 and 16. Item I-15 is a resolution approving the bid in the amount of $8,913,000 and authorizing execution of contract with state utility contractors for the Sandy Creek Sewer Lift Station project for the Greensboro Randolph County mega site. And item I-16, ordinance to amend the Water Resources Capital Project Revenue Bond Fund budget to establish funding for the Sandy Creek Lift Station Sewer Construction Project in the amount of $8,913,000.
Move the
Move
item.
I-15.
Madam Mayor, I respectfully seek recusal on these items. My law firm, Brooks Peters, represents the Greensboro Randolph Mega Site Foundation.
I move the recusal.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. All in favor, say aye. And that passes 8-0.
Move I-15.
I-15 is moved by Mayor Pro Tem,
Second.
second by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm a yes. Ms. Abusawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes, and I like the MWBE on this. This is the way we need to be going.
That passes 8-0. That did go through MWBE a couple of times, and this ended up being the third bidder.
That's correct. That got it right.
I would like to know, and you can send it in a memo, the difference between the first bidder and the MWBE participation and the third bidder and the MWBE participation. If we could have that. In item number I.16, did we
Move the item.
do 16 yet? 16,
Move the item.
moved by Mrs. Thurm. Seconded by Mrs. Hoffman. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman, Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Dr. Wells, Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem, I'm a yes. Ms. Abusawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm
Yes.
and Mrs. Hightower.
Yes,
And
and
that
Madam
pa-
Mayor, I believe Allison's and it's supposed to be in the room. Is she here? Because you asked your question, but you sped along. You wanted an answer. She could have answered that for you.
Do you have that information with you or?
Could you restate your question? Your question was the difference between the first and the third bidder?
Yes, the amount of the bid and the amount of the MWBE participation on the first and the third.
I do not have the exact, I'm sorry, good afternoon, council. I do not have the exact amount of what the dollar value is from the first lowest bidder to the actual bidder who was awarded,
Okay.
being awarded the contract. But if that is something that you all would like to have in the MWBE memo moving forward, when we go through a good faith effort process, I can add that information for you.
Thank you.
Well,
If
one
you're
of the things
speaking-
I'd like to see in the statement, and we usually to see it, is when you have those bids and what bid one was, and it didn't meet the goals, what bid two was, didn't meet the goal, so forth. And so I understand that this, the third time, met all the goals, which is critically important to us, to me. Let me be clear. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, but I understand your office did that work to make sure that the goals are being met, because there's a lot of opportunity at this mega site.
Mhm.
And we gotta stop being exclusive. So this is the way to be inclusive. If we pay a little bit more, we pay a little bit more, we get a greater return of investment on the back end. So, and I do know with this one, that was the case.
Well,
Right.
yes, ma'am, what we did was we went through the good faith effort process, which is a process that we go through when a vendor does not meet the goals. And it's to go through to see if they went through the adequate process to obtain meeting the goals. So that is what our office went through, and it's a big process. But that's what's the outcome.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Allison, thank you.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Wilson had some information, maybe?
I just wanted to make sure I was clear on what was being asked for. You're talking in terms of the amount of the bid. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's, yeah. So the lowest responsive bid is the one that was awarded, but the lowest bid was $7,182,000. The one that you awarded, which was the lowest responsive bid, was $8,913,000.
But I think we need to be clear that he was the lowest responsible bidder. You cannot leave out those two adjectives just because somebody's a low bid, if he's not a responsible bidder. And that's why we arrived at that.
So this is a discussion for another day. There's a significant difference between the two. And I'm thinking that there has got to be a better way to get MWBE participation. Questioning the difference in the two numbers, Sharon, is because the difference in the two bids, we could have done an awful lot of outreach for that. And I think that that's what we need to focus on.
But if
making sure.
if your lowest bidder was not responsive and responsible, it doesn't matter. He didn't meet the goal. And the good faith was determined he didn't meet the goal either, because he came in with whatever the goal was at that time. That is the difference. And
No,
that's why-
I understand what you're
So,
saying. There's got to be a better way that we can do outreach.
Well, then you
and-
need to talk to the prime contractors,
Mhm.
because they're the ones that create this atmosphere,
Yeah,
and they
'cause
make it a struggle.
there is a significant difference between the two bids. Now, I understand that the low bid was deemed not responsive. So maybe we need to do a better job in reaching out to those primes and seeing what they can do to get more MWBE participation.
Well, as we staff up our NWBE office too, so that they are able to make sure that all those contracts come through them, they have someone to work with them, and there needs to be a program manager as well. And I think, Mr. City Manager, you've got some staffing you want to do with that in that office as well. They cannot keep working on a rubber band status. They're stretched.
And I know that there are 2.75 positions in
Well,
the upcoming
1.75
budget.
has already been staffed. So
I'm
that's
sorry,
actually not a really fair assessment.
So
Correct.
1.75 field mid-year. And so we have one that will be joining them
Yes,
upon the
ma'am.
adoption of this budget, and that will focus on construction analyst, I believe, which is really what we've been talking about.
And with this particular contract, they lost out on the contract because they did not exercise good faith.
That's correct. So the process is essentially, we validate or check what you've entered. If it's in question, it goes to a hearing through our office.
So I want to hold up that's I think that sends a powerful statement to those seeking to do business that they can lose out on very significant contracts, even when they're $1 million plus less than their competitors, because they don't even go through good faith. And so, I think that's a powerful message to contractors, because obviously the city can't direct contracts to businesses on the basis of race. What it can do is require good faith. And this is a demonstration of giving effect to that requirement that's legal, and someone losing out on a big contract for which they had a bid lower by over $1 million. So.
Thank you. Item number I.17 is a resolution approving sole source purchase of retroreflective traffic sign materials from 3M Inc. as authorized by the sole source exemption of GS 143-129 in the amount estimated at $300,000.
Second.
I'm sorry, who moved it? Was it Mrs. Hoffman? Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem? I am a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes, and Chris, can I ask you a question about this? I'm voting yes for, because it says retroreflective traffic sign material. This isn't for my signs. Is this material for the signs? What's this material for? I'm voting yes for, because I've been asking for signs, so we out of sign. So does this help fill that?
So we're in the process of fulfilling your request for signs. I would have to ask Hannah to come up and speak specific to this, that your request is being processed.
Councilmember Hightower, this is for signs.
This is for signs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's why I voted for it then, good. I need the signs, thank you.
And that passed 9-0. Item number 1.18 is a resolution authorizing award and execution of contract 2022-019 in the amount of $240,000 with WSP USA Inc. for the Greensboro pedestrian signal project.
Move the item.
Moved by Ms. Abuzawader, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Yes. Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem? I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
But I'm gonna vote yes, but it's an exempt, and I just want us to work harder to make sure MWBs learn this type of trade as well, that we learn how to partner and do some other things, but I am a yes in this instance.
And that passes 9-0. Item number I.19 is a resolution authorizing CO in the amount of $37,279,024 with AECOM Technical Service of North Carolina.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? I am a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Item number I-20 is a resolution approving a contract in the amount of $50,000 with Mobile Oil Change Triad LLC, refuse truck packer body lubrication.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? I am a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
No.
No. No? That was I-20?
Yep, no
Okay.
MWB.
That passes 8-1. Now we move on to our budget ordinances. Ordinance, item I.21, ordinance establishing the fiscal year 2022-23 annual operating budget.
Move the item.
Madam
I
Mayor.
have an amendment.
Madam Mayor.
Wait. So we do have an amendment, I
have an
believe, from
amendment.
Dr. Wells and from Mrs. Hightower. Dr. Wells?
I'd like to make an amendment to this budget for $75,000 for Magnolia House and $75,000 to the forge.
Mrs. Hightower?
And yes, thank you. I would like to make an amendment to the budget as well, for $75,000 to the Greensboro Business League, GBL, which is currently doing an economic analysis in East Greensboro, but can also be a great mentor and support to help us get through some of the things we just talked about with educating primes and and helping our subcontractors.
So we do have those three amendments to the budget. Do we have a second on those amendments? Or can they move and second each other?
I'll
So,
second all three of them.
all right, so we have a motion for the three additions. Second?
I second all of them.
Well, okay. So that is amending the budget ordinance. Can we have just to amend the budget ordinance, can we have a voice vote?
I think you
Well,
have to do it like-
we're not accepting the budget yet. That's just to amend the ordinance.
Right.
I think
Okay.
you have to follow procedure.
Mrs. Hoffman? Council, please vote. Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? I'm a yes. Mr. Buzawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Now, those were for the amendments to the budget. Now, we need a motion to accept the budget as amended.
I move to accept the budget as amended.
Second.
So that was moved by Mrs. Johnson and seconded by Mrs. Hightower. So I do want to make a comment because I am not going to vote in favor of the budget, but I want to say why. From the very beginning, I was concerned about the tax rate. And I feel that if it hadn't been for the reevaluation, we would have come in significantly lower. You know, I am concerned about just taking advantage of a reevaluation. We have people who had their taxes also increased by the county commissioners. There's the talk of going into a recession. We have higher gas prices. And so I won't be voting for the budget, but I do want to say there are lots of things in the budget that I do support. So I want that to be very important. I think adding the 8 positions to the police department when we were already at a reduced capacity, that we knew that there was no way to get to the, to add 8. But we were able to use those funds to increase salaries and benefits, to retain officers and to hopefully attract new ones. And people who've been following the budget discussions know that we worked very hard on city salaries, that we wanted to be competitive across the board, especially in public safety. I was pleased to see that there was another round of take-home cars. I think that's very important, and I appreciate council support on that because, as the police chief said, that is a big issue when it comes to retaining and attracting. Adding the 15 positions to the fire department, I think, are very important to us as a city. It is definitely important for us to maintain our IS1 certification. That is an absolute priority. Not only does adding these firefighters and adding a new firehouse, that will benefit response times, and keeping the ISO certification also means that people pay lower insurance rates. The fire department recently instituted mandatory overtime. And we know that that can be a drain on our employees and their families. So I think it is important that our salaries are in line to be more competitive with neighboring communities. I think those are all really good things. Remembering that police and fire, that they respond to every single accident and drug overdose that happens in the city. And that takes a huge toll on all of our employees. And I want to thank them for a job well done. Water resources, field ops, and other departments really work in good weather and in bad. And we see them out at all hours of the day and night. And I think it's important that we appreciate our people who are out doing emergency repairs, whether it's hot as blazes or cold as can be. They are there working under very difficult conditions. All of these workers didn't have the option to call it in, to attend meetings by Zoom or to work from home. They have been on the job every single day since COVID started. And for that, I truly appreciate them. And I believe that they are due these increases and more. I was pleased to see that the city manager's 2-year plan for public safety is actually achieved in 1 year because we made the commitment to the 4% step in the fall. So I feel good that in May, I feel good because I know that we have made that commitment and it would be hard to roll back on that. So I think that all of our employees throughout the city are being recognized for their contributions. The other item that was very important to me was affordable housing. We talked a lot about raising from the 0.69 to the 1 cent, and I'm glad that we were able to do that. I'm also glad that we were able to take out some of the admin fees that were in that 0.69. So as we're talking about 1 cent, it is truly getting closer to that 1 cent. We know that there are still some admin services, but we're also getting more money out of the Nussbaum Fund than we have in many years. So those are really good things. And there are other things in the budget I support, but I cannot support the overall tax increase. There is $12 million in the budget for debt service for bonds. I believe, and Larry, please correct me if I'm wrong, that 6 million of that is for upcoming bonds that people haven't voted on yet. So as we're talking about bonds, and I want everybody to get out and vote for all the bonds. I support all 5 of them. But that tax increase, the initial one, is already included in this budget. This will be the first time that we have levied a tax increase to pay for bonds that haven't been passed by the voters yet. I do understand that the timing on when we can go out for those bonds is a little challenging, but I still think we should have waited until the taxpayers passed the bonds before we went ahead and included it in the budget. There were lots of things, the way that the budget was brought down 2 or 3 cents, and I appreciate that. But from the beginning, I said I would be more comfortable around the 5 or 6 cent range, and we're not close to that. I am worried about the economy and people making ends meet. So while I think there's a lot of good things in this budget, I won't be voting for it. If there are other, Mr. Outland?
I likewise will not be voting in support of the budget. It's not just because of taxes, but it's important to understand how taxes at least kind of play into my decision. Taxes are tools to accomplish good works. And I think it's responsible and it's good for every person who ever has an opportunity to serve on the city council to think of it as such and think about whether or not we're getting a good return or we're getting everything that we can possibly get out of our taxes and limited resources, recognizing that every community member pays taxes. And for those who earn the least, the burden of a tax increase oftentimes puts them at a breaking point. That's certainly front of mind for many in our community, especially as there's a good chance that we may be in a recession over the course of the next many months, where there's higher levels of unemployment, especially among those who can afford it the least. Looking at this budget, there are certain aspects that are positive, but given the size of the tax increase and the burden that it places, especially on those persons who are low income, it simply doesn't accomplish enough to warrant certainly my support. Several areas in this connection include for me compensation for public safety officials. Staff did an assessment of various staff positions, which reflected that public safety officials are not competitive with the market, even when we look at it as it exists now. We can do better than that. Although this budget includes increases in compensation for public safety officials, it does not reflect the fact that our peers and the comparisons are also increasing their safety or increasing their compensation for their public safety officials. So Greensboro's public safety officials, police and fire, will continue to lag behind our peer communities. Moreover, it's my view that for public safety officials in particular, we should really be striving to offer compensation where it's the top 3 in North Carolina, especially recognizing that we should have the highest standards for those officials, the highest levels of accountability, and correspondingly an appropriate level of compensation consistent with those high standards. Additionally, notwithstanding the size of this budget, the largest increase in taxes in the city's history, it doesn't take care of the foundation of our financial future, which is our emergency fund. The account that the city has to make sure that when there's the next disaster, it has the resources to not cut essential city services, not lay off city employees, like so many cities had to do during the last major economic downturn in the mid-2000s. We are the only major city in North Carolina that does not have the recommended emergency account of essentially 25% of our operating budget. The only major city in North Carolina. In this budget, through the budget or through American Rescue Plans, we could have shored up our financial future, met the emergency account requirements, put us in line with every other city in terms of preparedness for a financial disaster, but we did not. And to me, that reflects a lack of fiscal discipline. It reflects a lack of proper prioritization and factors into my vote against this particular budget. Additionally, there are many opportunities to reduce the amount of pain that especially low-income families would experience from increased taxes should this budget be approved. The mayor made reference to one of the topics about which I discussed with staff extensively for many weeks. The debt service, or the amount that the city would pay through this budget for all of the debt that it's undertaken. $6 million in connection with the bond, which has not passed. That's a very easy opportunity to reduce the burden on community members paying additional taxes, especially given the fact that bonds are not projects. So it's the responsibility of the city council to support projects and prioritize projects. Those important projects can and should be funded regardless of whether or not bonds pass, regardless of whatever amount of debt service we decide to pay. Additionally, there are opportunities to explore further ways to reduce the budget, including topics that our council has not discussed extensively to date, including the increase in the number of positions in the city, additional staff, including in the city manager's office. Again, taxes are simply resources. It may be the case that you get a good return on your resources with additional staff. What's really important, especially where we're talking about increasing taxes to the greatest degree in our city's history, that we do that work, we make that case, and we explain how additional positions in the city manager's office is worth our community residents paying more, or why additional staff in other areas are worth paying more. That being said, again, I'm appreciative of all the work that staff did. I'm also appreciative of the work that continues now to help reduce some of the negative impacts of increased taxes if this budget should pass, including staff's work on creating a program that provides tax relief to low-income persons, which we discussed at our last meeting, and I'm hopeful will be on the agenda sometime in the coming months. So again, respectfully, I will not be able to vote in favor of this budget, but appreciate all the hard work that's gone into it. It's no easy task getting the support of 5 members of council. So if it passes, notwithstanding my vote against it, staff definitely deserves congratulations, and I thank you for that.
Some of the things in the budget that I really support. are the raises that we gave our firefighters and our police. We're in a position where we have firefighters and police, after we have trained them, moving to neighboring cities because those neighboring cities pay more. And so we have raised those. And we've talked about it for a long time, but we did it. The bonds, all of the bonds are so important, that especially safe and affordable housing and parks and rec. I think about all of the children in the summer that Parks and Rec serves, and adults, but particularly the children, where they're engaged in wholesome activities and they're safe, is so important, because we're looking at a city that has, like many cities in the United States, has a large proportion of violence, which we don't need. And we want our children and all of our citizens to be safe. And I think this helps in that regard. The monies that we've set aside in the bonds for fire and police are so important. And so is transportation, because we've got to look at, when we've trained people to get some of the jobs that we're recruiting, and I'm proud of the recruitment efforts that we have made, we've got to make sure they can get to work. And so I thought this is the first time I've ever seen bonds, the cost of bonds put in a budget prior to them being approved or not approved. Because so often in the past, we've been able to raise enough money where people didn't have to have that burden. They didn't have to pay for the bonds because we did it in other ways. I think it's good for people to know upfront when they go in that booth, well, if I vote for this, it's going to cost me. Is that a priority? Is that something I'm passionate about? Is that something that's really important in this community? So I really think we did a lot of hard work on this budget. And those are some of the things I think are very important, except at least to me. And I was glad for the amendment to the budget to give the $75,000 to Magnolia House, the $75,000 to Forge, and the $75,000 to the Business League. I wish it could be more, but it is a beginning. So those are some of the things I want to throw out to have people think about. I know that a lot of people are struggling. I know that. And I know that we have to do everything we know how to lessen the burden of that struggle. And one of the things that helps is people being able to get a job with a livable wage. And I am going to always fight for that. But I just wanted to say where I was on this and what my passions were. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, my finger here. Okay, so I just want to say, and I'm not going to repeat all that, but for all the very reasons, Mayor, that you're not voting for the budget, I am voting for the budget because it does increase the salaries. And I think as we grow this city and we're annexing in outer limits, fire departments are critically important. We've got to have those firemen. We've got to have the buildings to start building for, and that's in our bond. So, we can't continue to serve and annex if we can't provide the services. And so I support this budget because it does a lot of the things I really think people are asking us to do. We're going to concentrate in areas that we really haven't ever concentrated in before. And I think that's so critically important for people to understand where their tax money is going. I know that it's a struggle. I'm a working girl myself, so I get it. But when I can go to a park and I don't pay anything, that's a feel good. It makes me feel good, but we got to do a better job. If you saw the buildings that I went into recently, there's deferred maintenance. Gillespie Grill. You go there in the maintenance building, you can't even get up on the roof. Our employees cannot get up on the roof to fix anything. It's in such disrepair. $60,000 will take care of that. And we need to do that. The pump on the greens, $30,000 will take care of that. We're not even talking great amounts of dollars that will fix some of these things, but we have neglected areas, particularly in the east, for too long. And yes, ARP money was given to us, but if you read what ARP money was sent to us, it was for transformative projects. It was to go in underserved and neglected areas for minority businesses, minority nonprofits. And we have to do that. We have to allocate those dollars for that. We keep promising people things and we don't deliver. And so I think we have to step up, and do just that, what we say, but we have to be transparent about what we're doing. And so, while we're, didn't lower the taxes as much as the mayor you would have liked to see, I think we did do it. I think the city manager came in and he tried to accommodate each and every one of us. And I appreciate him and Larry and the staff hearing us fussing about things we want to do. But ultimately, I think we got to a good place. Can we lower taxes maybe in the future? I hope so. One of the things I think we have to do is work more cohesively with our county partners. They have a tax reduction plan for seniors. And many of our seniors don't know that. They don't know that all you need is to make is $30-some thousand and be 65. And you can get a tax reduction, almost 50%. So I think it's informing and educating people too about what they have out there as well. So, I'm not going to belabor the point, but I am going to support the budget. I got, there's Parks and Recs things in the budget, the MWB things in the budget as well. And I think we're going to do some capital improvements on some of our buildings that have been, neglected for too long. And I hope we can find some ways to start doing some road projects. People are complaining every day to me about the road conditions and the potholes and the lack of sidewalks in spaces where they're walking in streets. And these dollars are supposed to do that. So yeah, we could save it and put it aside for an emergency. But when is it going to really be an emergency? It's an emergency now. And I think we need to look at that. So while we may not be at 25% for LGC, we're going to get there, and they've accepted our plan to get there. But I think we got to do a better job of being stewards to the residents in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kay, then Nancy Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Over the last week, I've gotten phone calls, texts, emails. Please don't raise our taxes. What I try to do then is contact each person who has contacted me, and I kind of explain where I stand. I too had hoped for a 5 to 6 cent tax off of what we are proposing. But when I started thinking about our public safety, when I started realizing that actually, if you take the charts, and I've got a chart right here that I can send to you, when it said that we are the highest tax rate in North Carolina, that is not true. It is simply not true. If you take, and I'll try to be brief, but if you take the total taxes and fees out of Greensboro, Guilford, Durham, Charlotte, Mecklenburg, Raleigh, Wake, Winston-Salem, Forsyth, if you take the taxes and fees, a lot of the other cities are taking much more in fees. So when you put and lump everything together, we are number 4 on the list. We are not number 1 in what we charge our residents. So I realize the tax rate may say that, but if you take out libraries, most cities do not support their libraries.
Parks and Rec.
And quite often Parks and Rec. If you compare apples to apples,
we do not have the highest tax rate. It's just plain and simple. And the people that I've explained that to have understood that. But I will say, I am supporting this budget. And I would say that 95% of one reason I'm supporting it is for our public safety. Our fire department, we need those 15 personnel. And I know it's already been mentioned. Some of this is going to be repetitive, and I'm sorry, but got to say it. If we don't add those 15 personnel, and you're looking at salaries to go on, you're looking at the way we are raising police and fire is to try to keep them. We spend $80,000 to $100,000 on each public safety personnel, whether it's fire or police, to train them. Think about that. We have spent that much money to train them. That's your taxpayer money. And then a year later, another city takes them and gives them 10, 20,000 more a year. I know an officer in the police department who's a 10-year veteran. He's been offered $100,000 to go to Cary. That's what we're losing. So this gives substantial raises to our public safety personnel. It gives night shift differential pay to our GM 911. They are our first line of response when we dial 911. This budget, it also gives them a 5% increase in their budget. But because of the reevaluations, I understand people are scrambling and worried about inflation. Well, you know, the city is too. If you think about all of our vehicles, everything that we're paying high gas prices for, inflation is hitting everyone. But in the city of Greensboro, we are losing good employees all across the board. And we have got to stop that now. It's draining us. We have departments where trash can't be picked up because we don't have enough staff. Why? Because they went to another city, same job, and got 10,000 more. And that's just right around Greensboro, High Point, Burlington. They're taking our employees. And you say, well, that's competitive. Well, maybe it is, but we need to be competitive. We're the third largest city in North Carolina, and we're losing employees because we can't pay them. So yeah, this budget's a little hard to swallow. It really, really is. But if you would look at the figures on what we need to pay our employees now, I think you would understand why this budget is so big. Beyond that, I just want to make sure that we don't lag behind. If we're going to be the third largest city, which I hope we can keep that ranking, then we need to start acting like one and paying our employees what they're worth in North Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Hoffman, then Mr. Holston.
You know, let me say, first of all, that our budget process that we go through is really very serious business. And this year, really perhaps more so than some of our previous years. But what we have to do is to weigh the short-term and the long-term needs of this city and our citizens with the cost and the revenues that are required for us to meet those obligations. I too would have preferred a much smaller tax increase this year, if that were possible. And the problem when we consider the budget, we have to consider it overall in its totality. It's not like we can pick and choose. Well, we like this, we don't like this. And we have to look at it in totality. Now, are there things that I would have preferred that we not have in this budget? I think several people have mentioned this. We've got almost $6 million in bond cost that will enable us to issue about $50 or $52 million in the bonds on the July ballot, if indeed they are passed. Ideally, maybe that could have waited until the following year. But you know, what we're confronted with, I think, this particular budget year is very serious compensation issues throughout our city organization, but particularly with fire and police. several have alluded to that. We're dealing with the cost, and it's a good thing, but we're dealing with the cost of economic and residential growth in the city. I mean, tonight, we rezoned and or annexed acreage for 900 housing units tonight. So we're continuing on this roll. There's a cost to doing that, because as we rezone and we annex, we have to extend services, and there's a cost to doing that. It's sort of an upfront cost because you've got to fund that growth before the residential units get built or the business manufacturing facilities get built, and you begin to collect the taxes. And too long, I think, in the city, and during the time I've been on council, I think we've kicked too many cans down the road, and it really is facing us. It's right in our face, I think, for this budget. And so it's really hard. Ms. Abuzaway mentioned it, it cost us $81,000 to train a policeman, somewhere between 80 and 100 to train our firemen. So we make that expenditure, and then if we lose them because they can go somewhere else for better pay, that's just an investment that we've lost. Our city is growing, as I mentioned tonight. Of course, we've had items on the agenda tonight for 900 new housing units in the city. We are adding in this budget an additional 15-person fire department ladder company because of growth. But I'll tell you, one of the things that has concerned me ever since I've been on council is that we're facing in the city a crumbling infrastructure. And we've been facing it for a number of years. Much of our water and sewer system is 100 years old. We've been trying for a number of years to upgrade that at 1% a year, but we've not been able to meet that goal. So we deal with breaks in the system on a continuing basis. Many of our public buildings and facilities are really in deplorable condition. They have leaky roofs. They have inadequate HVAC. The elevators break down. That's the case even in this building that we're in right now. And/or they no longer really meet the current needs that our residents they don't meet our needs in terms of their design or the configuration of space. So they're not really meeting the needs of our citizens and what our citizens tell us they want. I'll give you an example. My own district, Linley Park Recreation Center and Swimming Pool. It's a very old facility that we've simply put Band-Aids on for a number of years. And I'll tell you, you do not want to walk into that mechanical room that controls the swimming pool there. It's frightening. Our Cultural Arts Center is 35 plus years old. It's had a leaky roof for years. The elevators are often out of service. And again, the configuration is not meeting the needs that we have today. So for years, we've deferred this maintenance. And when you put that cost off, it's just going to cost you more down the road. I'll reiterate what Councilwoman Abuzawayder said about our tax rate. We are not the highest tax city in the state of North Carolina, because you can't just look at the city tax rate. You've got to look at the combination of taxes, both county and city, and what people pay for in services. And we're number 4 out of the 5 cities that we group ourselves with. There's some other things I want our citizens to understand too. I think, again, Mary Kay mentioned this. We're the only major county in the state that doesn't operate. Guilford County is the only major county in the state that doesn't operate a library system. So what our library system costs us as taxpayers is 2.36 cents on the tax rate. But I don't think our citizens want to forego a library system in Greensboro. In this recommended budget that we've got, there's 1.1 cent on the tax rate. that really is not, is just inflationary and price increases that all of us are experiencing. A lot of that is gas. But again, I don't think our citizens want us to, they don't want their garbage or their recycling service to be impeded. And they certainly want crews out there when we have a storm cleaning up. So I want us to really understand some of the specific things we're talking about and why, what we're talking about in this budget and what does it mean from a tax point of view. So these are the realities that we've been working on for months now in terms of trying to craft this budget and to keep the city on this path of economic and population growth that we're on. You know, I think we best help our citizens when we enable them to get a good job by attracting business and industry to Greensboro and helping companies who are already here to grow and to create more jobs. And we help all of our citizens when we make the investments that provide housing at all income levels through both the public and the private sector. So we've got this bond package on the July ballot. You know, you've been told, well, you know, a bond is borrowing money. All of our citizens know that. Many of us took mortgages to buy our homes. So we understand about making a long-term debt commitment to invest in an asset. And, you know, and I think probably many of our citizens may have borrowed money to send their children to college. So they understand that they're making an investment in that future. So they understand borrowing and they know that there's a cost to it. But, you know, we live in a city, you know, a really good city where we have an excellent quality of life and assets. And I think most of our citizens realize that. And I think that at the end of the day, they understand that they're getting a pretty good return on their investment. So I want you to understand the budget process, understand the dilemmas that we have in terms of trying to balance needs versus income and revenue. And again, keep in mind that there are things that many of us like in the budget. There are things that we would like to take out if we could, but we can't do that. We have to deal with it as a whole. And so I'm going to support this budget because it's an investment in our city and it's an investment in our citizens and keeping us on the growth trajectory that we're on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Holston?
Yes, no one said this was going to be easy. We're in the situation that we are, not necessarily the situation that we want to be in. As I said before in council, there are people struggling out here. There's inflation, there are high prices, and we're in a situation not by our own making, so to speak. You have COVID, the impacts of COVID, the impacts of the Great Resignation impacting staffing. And we talked previously about our revenue neutral rate being at 54 cents. And the original budget came in at 66.25 cents. So about 11 or so cents over the revenue neutral. At the same time, there have been lots of meetings, lots of gatherings. We've talked at the council retreat, we've talked budget sessions, work sessions, council meetings. And, you know, we always talk about those things that we feel are most important to us as a community. Right now, housing crisis. We talked about public safety. And we've done some good things in this budget. The city staff has done some good things with with looking at the housing. Someone's mentioned the Nussbaum. Of course, we talked about those increases for public safety and also for general employees of the city, the folks that we're going to count on for the services that we need during these tough and trying times. So I looked at it from the standpoint of, I think previously my comments were 2 to 4 cents over the 54 cents. Then you factor in inflation, the higher prices. You factor in the additional costs that we have to protect our city employees, who again will be providing the services that we need. Work closely with City Manager Ty, whether it was early morning or late night, or if he was dropping the kids off someplace, having continual conversations, looking at what this budget contains, looking for ways to take the, 54 to 66, then down to 63, how much further down can we go? And looking at programs, programmatic, what are we growing that we can curtail? What are we growing that we can pull back on? And after all those many, many conversations, I don't find a lot of things that we can pull back on. Well, we can do it, but it means that there's a cost to it. Something that I really believe in is that, with rights come responsibilities. And a lot of the responsibilities that we have are to the citizens of Greensboro to make sure that the services that they expect with the growth that we plan for is going to be there when they need it, when times are good and when times are challenging. Obviously, the alternative to reducing this tax rate or the further impact of further reductions, as I see it, would be in the very possible reduction in services. And as a good steward of the resources that we have here in Greensboro, I really can't support those reductions, even though my desire was to cut this rate as far as we possibly could. To counter that, I would say that putting in the work to try to look under every rock, I think, as we talked about in the last council session, turning it over to make sure that the people of Greensboro know that we are looking for and have looked for all that we possibly can. So that's a long way of saying that this is not an easy thing to do. We are making the sausage, and nobody likes to see sausage being made. And everybody has good reasons for doing what they believe. In my case, I will be supporting the budget as it is. I wish it were better, but I wish for a lot of things. And in this case, I'm supporting the budget. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Dr. Wells?
Tammy had her hand up.
Well, I
Oh,
think
I'm
you.
sorry. And then Tammy.
Okay. I think you've heard from all of my colleagues about the budget, but we have dealt with this. We've had small groups. We've talked to the manager. We've tried one thing and reduce another and try something else. This is the best we can do. And I know that it is not what we all wanted, because nobody wanted to do any increases on anything. But the reality is that we've been up and down, and then I make an amendment tonight to add some more, some more funds to the budget. But I did that because I feel that these, we've said we want to be intentional about trying to bring some equity. We've said we're going to be intentional about doing something for East Greensboro. And these economic development, these amendments, the historic Magnolia House is in East Greensboro. It has rich history. And I feel that we should do something to promote that. The Forge helps us with the economics and training. And so these things that we take for granted that are part of our city, they cost. And when we compare ourselves with the other cities in the state of North Carolina, I think we need to look also at the budget and where they have all the extra income. The big cities, we think about the largest city. Well, they have income that comes from the airport. We don't have that. And so when we compare ourselves and talk about we should be where and our rate should be where the larger cities are, we need to look at what budget they have to make sure that that happens. So I don't think we should compare ourselves, not apples to apples. And I just want the citizens to know that we've been diligent about it. It's not that anybody wanted to have the budget the way it is, but it is what it is. And I support the budget. And I thank the manager and the staff because they have tweaked and retweaked and retweaked and all these meetings that we've had, Zooms and small groups trying to make the difference. And this is just the best we could do. So thank you for what you've done, city manager and staff. But there are good things in this budget and I see it's going forward.
Thank you, Dr. Wells and Mrs. Thurm. I think you can close us out.
Well, my colleagues have made lots of good points about this budget. I'll just add a couple from my perspective, but not to rehash. Councilwoman Abuswader said that this tax increase was a little hard to swallow. I'll say it was a lot hard to swallow for me, quite frankly. But as I worked on this budget and worked with staff on this budget and council on this budget, what became crystal clear to me is that we're paying for probably a decade of not doing the right thing with our staff and not paying our staff adequately. This is not something that was created overnight. It was not something that's been created in the past 2-3 years since COVID. When I started looking at the history, we've been underpaying staff for a long, long time. And it's time to stop. We have got to stop. As others have said, certainly it's most obvious in the fire department. But you look at the number of applications that we've been getting in the fire department. Our applications for firefighters to fill those 15 positions that were added, or the new firehouse that we're added, and fill the spots of folks that are rolling off and retiring. Those applications are down 83%. 83%. That's a lot. That's a huge drop. And part of that is because we haven't been paying our people. We haven't been paying them well enough. Same thing in field ops. I spent, a day in our sanitation department, a day with water department. They're no different. They've been shortchanged right and left for years. Does this budget totally fix the problem? No. It's going to take us a couple years. It took us more than a decade to get this way. It's going to take us more than 1 year to fix it. But we're making a giant step this year, and I think there's a lot to be said for that. People have mentioned the deferred maintenance. This budget includes, I think, right around $6 million, give or take, in deferred maintenance. The reality is we have almost $30 million in deferred maintenance that we've got to address. We've got a lot of holes, and those holes have been coming and coming and coming for years. Again, that deferred maintenance didn't just get deferred in 1 year or 2 years or 3 years. It's been coming that way for 5, 10, 12 years. certainly well before I was on council, I've been hearing about the roof at the Arts Center. You know, that's gone way back. And we've just got to deal with these things. You know, it's time to pay the piper. And this is a bad time because you're mixing it with inflation and difficult times. I appreciate that Mr. Outling has pushed so hard and initiated, and we've all added on and tweaked his initial initiative to do something to help people with taxes for those that can least afford it. And I look forward to doing that. There's been discussion about the bonds and why are we putting that debt service in now when we're not going to borrow the money now and we don't know if the bonds were going to pass. Well, we have a housing crisis now. If we wait to put that debt service in for another year, then we're postponing yet another year and we're dragging on this housing crisis even longer. You know, some of the stuff we have a great habit of kicking things down the road and dealing with it later. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, later is here and we've got to take action. Our city is either going to grow or it's going to die. Those are the choices that we have, and we've got to invest in it to go forward. And for that reason, I am supporting this bond. I mean, excuse me, this budget.
Mr. Attorney, I want to be exempt from voting on the cure violence that's in the budget. I know you told me I could legally do it, but I don't care. I don't want to do it that way. I do not want to vote on that. I don't want there to be any questions from the community to me about my voting on that. So I am going to not vote on that. I'm telling you that now. Thank you. So why did I even ask? So why did I even ask you? Right? No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I understand your concern, but I think we all serve on some nonprofit, but right tonight, we're not, authorizing any money. We're just setting up a budget.
I don't
Correct.
serve. I'm not serving. I am the
Correct,
executive
Mr.
director. I'm not going to vote on this. The end.
Correct, Mr. City Attorney. Can I get Mr. City Attorney to give me a legal opinion, sir?
The problem is that we have in North Carolina a mandatory vote requirement. The only way you can recuse yourself from voting is if you have a direct financial interest from the vote. In this case, what the vote will be to adopt a budget, which spends no money. So nobody can have a direct financial interest in that. There's another provision that also requires that it's actually a part of the criminal law that precludes council people from voting where they are even board members on nonprofits and don't get any money from the nonprofit. However, that specifically talks about not voting on contracts. So a budget is a planning document. It's an accounting process. It doesn't involve any money getting paid.
Thank you. Put me down for not voting on that. I just cannot. I cannot. Mr. Watts, I cannot.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for the explanation.
Mr. City Manager, can we, is it possible, based on Councilwoman Johnson's comments, that we can pass the budget document minus that amount of money and then do a supplement to the budget in a separate vote that she could recuse herself, or a separate thing that she could vote against if she wanted to, or abstain?
I'm not going to vote against it. I'm just not voting.
I'll let the city attorney weigh in, but I believe that just as you voted to have an amendment added to the budget, you can also vote an amendment to the budget to take a portion of that out, I believe, and then come back to it at another point in time.
Then I'd like to move that we remove the $500,000 budgeted for cure violence from this budget at this time.
And also including the three nonprofits that were added earlier.
You want to put them in?
No,
No, just,
Yeah, because
just,
we're voting on the budget. So we've already done one amendment, which was to include them in the budget. Now we'll have to do another amendment to take cure violence out of the budget.
okay,
Right.
yes.
Right. But what are you saying about the three? Because they're already in. We don't
No,
have to
we
do
didn't,
anything else to take
we
them
voted
out.
to include them. We haven't voted on the budget, so they're not included until we vote on the budget. So the way that the resolution is written up, it is that we are just establishing the annual operating budget. We have to include those three items to this and then remove cure violence. So the motion is an ordinance establishing the fiscal year 2022-23 annual operating
Can I
budget
ask a
to
question
include
first?
the three nonprofits, Magnolia House, the Greensboro Business League, and the Forge, and taking out cure violence.
But now, is that gonna impact the budget if?
No,
she-
we'll
she
come and
doesn't-
we're going to vote on
if she
cure
do-
violence
But,
next.
okay, but if she doesn't vote for it, because there's already three of you all that are not voting for it, and you need six, right?
I think there are just two.
No. Thought it was you, did Hugh change his mind?
He was going to vote for it.
Oh,
So
okay.
I guess I made a motion to move the budget. Do I have a second with those?
Second.
And then I'm going to
Second.
vote against it. So council, please vote as amended. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
So you took that out, okay.
Did my,
And Madam Mayor.
Cure
please
violence
please
is
vote
I
to
think,
move.
as a matter of procedure, you probably need to vote first to, though I'm not recommending this process, if you're gonna do it, you need to vote to have to take out the cure violence piece and then vote to approve the budget
as amended.
as amended. You voted already to
Add
in
the three nonprofits.
So now if you take out,
Okay, do I have a motion to take cure violence out of the budget? Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. I don't know that it'll come up on our screens. So Mrs. Hoffman, Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Dr. Wells. I'm a yes, I guess.
I'm not voting.
It's the whole purpose.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Mrs. Hightower.
Yes,
So that's either 8 or 9-0, depending on how you count it. Because she was not excused from voting, so it's a yes.
I excuse myself.
So now we have the motion that I made to the budget as amended, adding the three nonprofits and taking the money out from cure violence.
so move.
You want to move that?
So I'll move it, yes.
Okay, second,
Second.
Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote.
Are we getting anything? Oh, here we go.
Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I am a no. Mr. Buzawader? Mr. Outling?
No.
Mrs. Thurm? And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes,
And that passes 7-2.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the budget previously approved to add the $500,000 for cure violence.
So I think we need to make the motion to recuse Mrs. Johnson
first. right.
first, because
So moved.
she has a direct financial interest in cure violence.
Not really, but I don't want anybody looking at that, thinking that. I just.
So
I have a problem.
moved by Mr. Holston. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Thurm. All in favor, say yes.
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 Opposed? Okay, Mrs. Johnson, you're accused.
Thank
Mrs. Thurm,
Move to amend the previously passed budget by adding an allocation for 500,000 for cure violence.
is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Wells. I believe that will be a voice vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? I'm a yes. Mr. Busawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Thank you. Item I.24 is an ordinance fiscal year 23 budget for Workforce Development Consortium Grant Project.
Move the item.
Moved by Mr.
Madam
Holst.
Mayor, I'm sorry, we're on I-22, please.
I'm sorry, say that again.
22, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped I-23. Oh, I-22, yes. Resolution adopting fiscal year 2023 to 32 Capital Improvement Program, CIP.
Move the item.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem, I'm a yes. Mr. Busawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. I-23 ordinance amending the General Capital Projects Fund.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I am a yes. Mr. Busawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Item I.24, ordinance fiscal year 23 budget for Workforce Development Consortium Grant Project.
Move the item. Second.
Moved by Mr. Busawader, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Busawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. Item I.25, ordinance amending the Solid Waste Capital Reserve Fund.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mr. Busawader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem? I'm a yes. Mr. Busawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. Item I.26, ordinance amending the Streets and Sidewalk Capital Projects Fund.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Mrs. Busawader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Busawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Item I-27, ordinance amending the State Highway Allocation Capital Project Fund.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mr. Busawader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Busawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. We are item number, let's see,
28.
28.
28.
Ordinance amending the Technical Services Capital Project Fund.
Move the item.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Busawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Item number 28, I-28, ordinance amending technical services.
Just read that.
I just did that one.
29.
I can't read my own writing. Item I-29, ordinance amending the parking facilities capital project fund. Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mrs. Boozwaiter. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mrs. Johnson? I'm a yes. Ms. Boozwaiter? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. Item I-30, ordinance amending the Water Resources Capital Improvement Fund. Moved by, was that Mrs.
Second.
Hoffman? Seconded by Dr. Wells, Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I am a yes. Mr. Boozwaiter? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. I-31 is an ordinance amending the Stormwater Management Capital Improvements Fund.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem? I am a yes. Mrs. Boozwaiter? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
I'm sorry, is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
Was a yes?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. Item I-32, ordinance amending the Water and Sewer Extension Reserve Fund. Second by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I am a yes. Mrs. Boozwaiter? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. I-33, ordinance Water Resources Capital Reserve
Move the
Fund.
item.
Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded
Second.
by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Boozwaiter? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. Item I-34, ordinance amending Chapter 29 of GSO Code of Ordinance amending water and sewer fees.
Is this the one where the fees go up?
Yes. Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mrs. Boozwaiter. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mrs. Boozwaiter? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Can I vote no?
Yes.
I'm a no.
You're a no. That passes 8-1. Item I-35, ordinance to amend Chapter 25 of GSO Code of Ordinance amending solid waste fees. Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mrs. Boozwaiter. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm a yes. Mrs. Boozwaiter? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. I-36, ordinance amending Chapter 10 of GSO Code of Ordinances amending fire prevention and protection.
Move the item.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Boozwaiter. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mrs. Boozwaiter? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. And lastly, item I.37, ordinance to amend Chapter 29 of GSO Code of Ordinance amending household hazardous waste fees.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Abuzawader, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader? Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. We have a budget. Item I-38 are boards and commissions. Anybody have one they want to do? Mrs. Thurm?
I'd like to do a reappointment of Skylar Mearing to the Commission on the Status of Women. That's just a reappointment. She has
Okay.
one more term.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Wells. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, that passes.
Aye.
Mr. Outling?
I have reappointed.
Yeah, I'd like to appoint Brian Starrett to the War Memorial Commission in the position occupied by Jeff Olnick, whose term has expired.
Move
Is there
the
a
item
second?
or second.
Second by Mrs. Thurm. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, that passes 9-0. Dr. Wells?
Yes, I'd like to reappoint Joe Isler to the participatory budget.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? And that passes 9-0. Any other board and commissions?
No, but I have a recognition coming.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I have recognition whenever you finish.
Okay,
Maybe we.
so now we're going to go to council comments.
I could put it up.
Yes, and then Dr. Wells.
This was a wonderful Juneteenth weekend. I went to the Arts Award and I sat next to Councilman Justin Outland. He acted pretty nice. And the award was the award ceremony was just fantastic. The talent was great. And then I treated myself Sunday to Eric Benet, which was sponsored by the Black Pearl Society. And I wanted Dina Hayes and Monica and any of you in the Black Pearl Society to stand up because you did one heck of a job. And April, I thought I saw April out there. I did. I know you worked hard too. So it was great. The music was fabulous. The people were fabulous. It was just such a warm, wonderful. And this is your first annual, but the Black Pearls will jam again next Juneteenth. Okay. So thank you for doing that. That was it.
Thank you. And Dr. Wells, I know, I want to thank everybody for their patience, for waiting. Dr. Wells?
Yes, I have some, well, I guess it's kind of exciting news. These folks that you see sitting in the back, they are from a community in District 2, and they want to start a municipal service district. And I'm all in favor of it because it would be the first one for people of color to have a district. We only have 2 in Greensboro, and that's College Hill and the Dunley. So that would be a special district, and it will have the board that kind of governs what they do, and they'd have an extra amenities because of their status. Now, to do that, I'd like for the city manager and staff to give them the assistance that they need to get this district organized. And we'd like a report back in about 30 days as to where they're going, because they have to have their boundaries set and know all of the rules and go through the process. So that's what my request is for the municipal service district. And I don't know the official name at this time. I guess you all are just working on the name, but
Windsor
you'll
Heights.
have a name for it too.
They're gonna name it Windsor Heights.
Windsor Heights.
They're gonna name it Windsor Heights.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, we know about the history of Windsor, and then, Windsor Recreation Center is named for the same person. So that's a great person to name it after. So we look forward to this being the first in Greensboro. I know we have some winners over there that know how to make things happen. And I'm so glad that you all are in District 2.
Goldie, I appreciate you coming forward. This is certainly something I can support. I think it is an exciting development. I believe that this has an opportunity to really help revitalize that area and to revitalize it from within, to have community leaders who always take the lead, but to really have an opportunity to lead now with the city, working in concert with them to make this happen. So I'm excited that there is this potential. I've had a conversation with many of you in the audience. I appreciate you hanging out here so late this evening. It's important that we come up with a good timetable that is doable for the neighborhood. I know that you're excited to move forward with this, and it will really take the city's help to pull this municipal service district together. So I want you to know that I'm excited about it. And Mr. City Manager, do you need a vote on this for the direction?
No, I don't need a vote, but I could just speak to the concept if you would want me to, with regards to MSDs, and just, I also believe that it's a positive thing. My only word of caution is that it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of work. South Park, which I believe has been used as a model, and I haven't met with anyone with regards to this. The whole idea started in 2016. And the city council in Charlotte just voted on it last month. And it took 3 council votes ultimately. So the word of caution is that the community has to do most of the legwork before they can come in and ask us to define or work on anything before I can confidently bring that to you as council to make a decision. Because again, it's not just a concept. Mm-hmm. It involves self-levying of taxes on residents. And so it's going to be very important for everyone to understand. I've been through 2 of them myself, and I know how much work it takes. So we will be here to provide the technical guidance to the community, but we do not need any council decision tonight for that.
Well, you got some smart working people there. They're going to get it done.
You do. You've got a hardworking group of individuals, and I wouldn't be surprised, not only being the first minority-led municipal service district, but maybe one of the fastest ones combined to get it up and running. I think that there is a great organization out there, and that they can do tons of outreach. So yes, if we could get a report back, I guess it would be the July meeting. I know we're having that one meeting, the July 19th. I think that was
That's right.
the date of the meeting. If we could have a preliminary report by that meeting, I would appreciate it.
I was just going to add that yeah, I've been involved in one myself to get it started back in Durham, and we'd be happy to provide guidance as well.
And I'm sure it would be helpful also maybe to talk to some of the other municipal service districts, Dunleith and College Hill, to see how they went about organizing and what it looks like today. It always helps to have somebody else's experience that you can build off of. So there are those 2. And then, of course, downtown Greensboro, I'm sure that they would be happy to have a conversation with you as well. But I think that this is a good move forward.
And if I could, I'd like to state my agreement on that point. I represent 2 of the 3 municipal service districts, or which I would include the bid, which is downtown, as well as College Hill. 2 of the 3, not Dunleith at present. Largely 2 of the 3, downtown, mostly in District 3, as well as College Hill.
You're talking about where you live, District 3, not Brooks Pierce. Yeah.
And I would say I'm really excited about this particular community, which is a largely Black community, getting an opportunity to use a tool that has so helped those other neighborhoods, whether it be downtown or College Hill. In my experience, even beyond those neighborhoods having an extra tax so that they can provide more services, it provides those neighborhoods an opportunity to engage in discussions they otherwise wouldn't be able to have with the city. By way of example, I understand that years ago, long before I joined the city council, College Hill worked with other neighborhoods to secure funding through a bond for additional and better lights. That obviously benefited their community, but they also were able to work with other communities, including Old Ashboro, to obtain better lights. That's even beyond some of the additional taxes that they paid. And so it's really exciting opportunity to see a community explore having the same tools that other communities have had. And so I'm really excited about it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, Sharon. Go ahead, Sharon.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I insist.
Mrs. Hightower?
You have to. It's all right. I don't mind weighing to my senior. No, but I did want to say I attended the first meeting that the group had about the MSD, and it was very informative. They are very enthusiastic, and I'm looking forward to the first Black, let's call it what it is, the first Black municipal service district in an area that really needs some serious urban revitalization, long overdue. And I think the ideas they have, very innovative and creative, and to use the MSD idea to get there, I think was a very smart move. And so, yeah, Mr. City Manager, you've got a lot of experience that I'm sure they can garner from, as well as you, Mr. City Attorney. And I think we can do this in a manner that is going to benefit really an area that I also represent, Goldie, as well, part of Arlington Park area they've been looking at too. So I'm excited about it. So glad it's coming about. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holston?
Thank you, Councilwoman Hightower.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Absolutely. Just a couple of things. Also, there are a lot of great Juneteenth activities around the community this past weekend. I was very happy to be in the Dust Bowl over in Arlington Park. Had a great time there. Met a lot of new friends, some old ones. I also attended the World Refugee Day that was out at Hester Park. And I will tell you that our city manager has some skills with that soccer ball that I hadn't seen. If you go on social media, you may see some of those moves. Pretty impressive. But I also want to talk about the municipal service district. I know that others have already made comments about it. I just love the fact of the cohesion that it's going to bring to a group of communities that already have a strong spirit, but now there's going to be that whole collective effort and that moving in the same direction. And it's going to benefit that community, but it's also going to benefit all of Greensboro. It's a tool to be used and leveraged. And if it's done right, and I have no doubt that it won't be done right in that community, but we can leverage it across other communities and continue to build upon that cohesion and benefit the residents, benefit the businesses, benefits Greensboro. And that's what's really, really special about it. And I was happy to be a part of that or to join that presentation. A lot of good information there. And just looking forward to the next steps. And I think it was said earlier that I can imagine that those are going to be some very quick steps. And the city of Greensboro is with you and behind you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments on the MSD before we?
I was glad to be a part of it too. I had to come earlier than you all. I had another engagement, and they were so kind to brief me and all of it, and I thank you for that. But it is a fabulous idea. It's time is here. It's time has come, and I'm going to do all I can to help you do what you want to do.
Any other comments?
Who is that?
I guess that's celebrating. It's happy music,
Oh.
so. Yes. So,
So are we making our council comments now? Because I thought we were just doing MSD
well,
comments.
yeah, this was MSD.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so Goldie, was that the end of your comments or? did you-
I'm so pleased to hear that fellow council members are excited about this happening. So we're just looking forward to success. We really are.
Yeah,
Thank
Mayor.
you.
Yeah, I think it's very exciting to see neighborhoods come together like that and then want to govern the things that go on in their neighborhoods. So I think it's very exciting and I look forward to hearing more about the plans that are made and the improvements that'll be done and just really appreciate everybody coming together to start that. I mean, it's extremely exciting.
Mrs. Hightower, council comments?
So yes, I want to say that, yes, happy Juneteenth still to everyone. This weekend was fabulous weekend. I want to say a big shout out to my good friend April out there that organized such an awesome event on Saturday. I only take a little bit of credit for help working with the Black Food Truck Festival. It was fantastic. I would say 5,000, 6,000 people were in LaBauer Park. Over 13 food trucks, several vendors, music, line dancing, kids playing football out in LaBauer Park. And so it was just an awesome time to celebrate Juneteenth. Of course, there were events Thursday and Friday, as some have already mentioned, and then Sunday in Barber Park was official Juneteenth. And of course, a city holiday was Monday. And I look forward to greater events moving forward. This is going to grow. But one of the things I want to make sure that as we party with a purpose, that we don't really lose the focus of Juneteenth. It is an opportunity to inform people about what happened in 1865 and why we remember. And so we can empower people. Yes, we can celebrate, but we have to remember and we have to commemorate the struggles of our ancestors. It is their freedom day. It is our freedom day, but we still are not free as we should be, but we are going to get there as well. So let's remember what Juneteenth truly means for everyone, but particularly for our Black culture. Because it really highlights the struggles that we went through and our ancestors went through. And so the MSD is going to be something that will bring some of that to light as well. I see that as something that brings the struggles to light and how we solve those challenges, if you will. And also Saturday morning, I was at St. Philip's Church where they have a community garden. It's a beautiful space. They were actually, they had the young people out there, and there was a lot of them out there learning how to garden. It's also feeding our community in that way that many of us grew up. My dad had a garden, very large garden. He gave everything away. And so this garden does the very same thing. Not only does it teach you how to garden, but it teaches you the spirit of what you do once you grow the food, how you help people. Not only don't just, feed them for a day, but they feed themselves for a lifetime once they know how to grow. And so that was an awesome event Saturday morning. And so I was glad to fellowship. One thing I want to do, and I've asked Mike Borchers, they need a water supply out there. They have the one water hookup at the church, but they need one out in the garden. And so we need to find a way to get a water hookup for them. And so we can do that, I believe, in the right spirit, because what they're doing is really awesome for the community. And so I'm going to ask staff to find a way to make that happen for them, so that that's no cost to them at all.
I actually had that on my list as well. because I saw how they were struggling with just that one hose from the church, and they have grown. I bet they have doubled from last year. And they would like the ability to even grow some more, but the irrigation really is an issue for them to have to do all of those manually. I don't know what alternatives we have, but I would love for us to research them, because it would also be good maybe just for some of these other gardens. But I agree with what Sharon said, that if there's a way that we can help getting the water supply to the gardens more efficiently, I think it would be very helpful.
Thank you. That was it.
Mr. Outling?
Sure. Obviously, lots of different great community events. St. Philip's, and as Madam Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, another Juneteenth event that I had the pleasure of sitting next to her at. I won't belabor those points. People can go to social media and look at that. But I do want to say the Juneteenth festivities over the course of the past weekend were really, really phenomenal. As I've shared before, I was originally born in Buffalo, New York, which has celebrated Juneteenth for a long time with a large community festival. And in that connection, my mother had a small business making African-inspired clothing. And so it felt really great to be at several of the Juneteenth events and see all of the vendors kind of selling their goods, selling their wares. And it reminded me of long days with my mother doing similar things. And to see all the people there supporting the businesses was especially great, because I remember many festivals where you would go 4 or 5 hours and only get to talk to 1 or 2 persons, let alone sell one object the entire day. And so it was a really great festival. Kudos to all of the organizers. It's also great to see it grow so much in such a short period of time. And also kudos to the organizers for obtaining sponsorships. It's not an easy thing to obtain a corporate sponsorship in any community, including Greensboro, to see support from organizations like Lincoln Financial. It really speaks to the work that they've done in creating something really special here in Greensboro. So,
thank you. Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes, just a couple of things. I think several of us, but 10 days ago on Saturday night, attended the Guilford Green Gala, which was always a great event. And then Saturday, we had summer solstice in Lindley Park and leading into the Arboretum. And it was a huge crowd. You know, I think more vendors at that event than I've seen in certainly several years. So it was a beautiful day to celebrate that on Saturday. And then, gosh, Sunday, I just stopped over and spent a little time in our bicentennial garden with a book. And it was just very peaceful and serene. And tons of people there. The parking lot was full, so you had to park on the street or elsewhere if you wanted to go into the park and the garden. But it was just, you know, it's always great to visit. We have such wonderful parks, and to see people using them and enjoying them. So it's just a nice thing to be able to do. So thanks very much. I'll tag on to what everybody else has said about the events this past Saturday. We went to a number of Juneteenth events as well as to the Refugee Day. But I have to ask, what was the final score of the soccer game? Because I left at half. Okay. 4-2.
And who won? Who won?
Okay, that takes way too much discussion. Anyway, it was a great event, and I think everybody that attended had a great time. One thing that, and something that came up this evening, we were talking about infill. And as we focus more and more on infill and have things like land trusts and land banking and things like that, new ways that we want to work towards building that infill, and probably potentially new people wanting to do that construction. I'd love to see us come up with a, for lack of a better term, infill for dummies type book or procedure pamphlet, just so that as we have people that may not be used to dealing with some of the zoning issues, some of the how-to issues about reaching out to neighborhoods. Maybe we could put something together that as soon as planning saw an infill project, they can just hand somebody that gives them, hey, these are the top 10 things or the top tips, things you really need to know, so that we can give people and new people the opportunity to learn the lessons an easier way rather than a hard way. So I'd love to see us take a look at that with planning and see if that's something we could offer potential developers.
Long as you don't do zoning, man.
I'm sorry?
Long as you don't do zoning, man.
And I think that's it for tonight. Thanks to everybody on staff and in the city manager's office, the budget office. I know it's been a long time coming, and thank you for all that you've done and for putting up with the unending questions that I've been emailing you all and texting you all about.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few things first, thanks to staff. I know that we did have a lot of questions over the budget time period, last couple of months, couple of weeks, days, nights, weekends. So appreciate all of you responding so quickly when I know I had a question, even if it was on a Saturday or a Sunday. So thank you so much. Just a few things. I had the honor of meeting delegates from Singapore. The Human Relations Department, the city manager and I had the honor, he had the honor of greeting them. And I had the honor of speaking with them and listening to things that they were interested in and learning about Greensboro and how we did things in our Human Relations Department. Thanks to Love Jones and Jody Stanley for working with that. All the Juneteenth celebrations that were on the weekend. I know that I stopped by downtown and went to a few other things that, you know, things were really exciting in Greensboro over the weekend. And I think that's amazing that we can honor that, Ms. Hightower, by attending and by being present. Well, I know that, but she was talking about what it was about. So I did thank everyone involved then and everyone who went. How's that? Is that better, Ms. Johnson? So let's see, I think something that hasn't been mentioned, well, we did mention World Refugee Day, and the reference to the soccer game was our city manager played in that soccer game and we unfortunately lost. So it was a great day. It was a great day. Well, at least nobody got hurt. I think that's one of the best things of the day, that nobody on staff got hurt. A lot of the police officers were out there, firemen were out there on the soccer field. And it was great because World Refugee Day, most of the departments were there. And that was just awesome. You know, workforce development was there, the fire department, police department cooked all day. Mrs. Thurm attended, Mr. Holston, the mayor, and I attended. So, you know, it was just a great day. And many of the people in the audience, the international audience, just thoroughly enjoyed it and said they wished it could have lasted longer. On June 17th, Friday, don't want to forget about the Battleground Park District grand opening. Several of us were there for that. That was amazing. That's something that the 2016 bonds helped fund. And I know the mayor spoke about it, how the bonds helped so much, and so did Mr. Outling. So, you know, knowing that they support those bonds, and I'm sure they'll be supporting the bonds that are coming up in the future, because you've got to go out there. It's just amazing what's been done. And several of our staff did the zip line. So they didn't get hurt there either. So we just want to make sure everybody stays safe. The last thing I'll say is the thank you that was done for Jamila Pender. Jamila Pender was the Assistant Director for Healthy Communities, Cone Health, and was very instrumental in getting the COVID vaccine and setting up the vaccination clinics
in East Greensboro, a lot of help there. She's done amazing things in the community. And the community did a little thank you to her because she's moving on to the Cone Health Foundation. So, in a new role there. So the community was very appreciative of what she did. And I know that several of us were there at that as well. And that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Britton, did you say everything that you wanted to earlier? Okay. Mr. Holston? Okay. I just want to say that it was an incredible weekend. The weather really cooperated because it had been so incredibly hot. I'm not going to start over. It was it was a good day for soccer. It was a great day downtown. The Juneteenth celebration and all the ancillary celebrations over the weekend were a lot of fun. I want to thank everybody who made that possible. We do have the Human Rights Banquet coming up on the 29th, and we will be recognizing 3 seniors from Dudley High School for the Morningside scholarships. I think that is really important. I believe that our goal was, and I know many of us have spoken about this a number of times, to actually find a way to get them honored during the Martin Luther King breakfast. I spoke with the principal at Dudley, and she said that this would be a great first semester project. And I think we need to speak with our Human Rights Department about massaging that timetable a little bit, because, you know, now they're going to be recognized in June when most of their students, their friends, are getting ready to go to college or somewhere else. I would like to see if we could make it so that they are recognized by their peers at Dudley and at the Martin Luther King breakfast, which I think was our original intention, but we can talk about that another day. But I think it's great that the awards will be on the 29th.
Did we not get 5 this year? The number is 5.
5.
Yeah, the numbers, we give away 5.
You're right, we do give away 5, and I don't know if we, I guess we'll find out on the 29th.
I think we're supposed to, yeah.
So I think it's important that students recognize that it can be in any medium. It doesn't have to be an essay. I think there was some thought that it had to be an essay, but it could be spoken word, it could be a painting, it could be a photograph, it could be a video. But we really want people to expand their minds on why social justice and recognizing November 3rd is so important. So that will be coming up on the 29th. I don't want to repeat anything else. Mr. City Manager?
Well, I just want to say thank you very much for adopting the budget tonight. I think it's really a win for our employees and for our city. So I want to say thank you. But we also had the news today, and I believe we're going to issue a press release shortly, that Greensboro is the 27th best run city in the country out of 150 cities. So I think that's really due to you, but it's also because we have such great, talented, very skilled employees in this city. So I really want to say thank you to you for your support.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney?
I'll just say goodnight.
All right. Is there a motion to adjourn? Oh, yes. Happy Father's Day. In reverse, since it was Sunday, to all the fathers out there. Moved by Mrs. Johnson,